Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hey Clown, hey Ratty. How you doing? Hopefully well. I don't know about y'all, but today is like a very cloudy day over here. Which, to be fair, I love a good rainy day. I love a good thunderstorm. Mwah. Best weather that I can ask for. But yeah. Got myself a little bit of caffeine, got some water, and you know, this is the end of a fairly long week. Granted, it was a lot of fun with a lot of people, so I'm not complaining in the slightest. It's just I'm not used to it. Yeah, I like cloudy, just kind of stay inside days. I don't know what that says about me as a personality, but like the cozy weather is where I really feel comfortable in. Because when it's like super sunny, I don't know, man. Like I think I think I might associate it with like screen glare. Happily Hermit, exactly. Cloud gets it. Yeah, no. It's very much anything that can kind of have me a good excuse to stay inside. It tends to be weather that I enjoy. Granted, what I will do on the flip side of that is that if I have access to a pool, then I love hot weather. Not humid. Even with a pool, humid heat sucks. But we're kind of getting up to that point in my favorite season, which is fall. And hey Foxy, how you doing? And Halloween, of course, which is why we do the whole 24-hour stream, which is next week, by the way. This upcoming week it's gonna be happening. So I'm gonna need a little bit of a break before that point, so we're not gonna have a Tuesday stream. I'm gonna be actually on the road at the time, driving around. I'm going with a friend to kind of like a mini road trip kind of deal. I'm gonna be lurking right now because I'm very busy with a lot of work. By all means, Foxy, by all means. You know how it be. We love lurkers up in here. Even though I wish I could say the same for Twitch. Which is why we did the check-in little thing, because hopefully that counts. But a lot of me watching Spider-Verse. Honestly, depending on why you're watching the movie, like, it could be work. If you're like learning how to do animations and stuff like that, or writing good narratives, like, taking in media is in itself work, right? So, but something tells me you're just like, nah, I just wanna watch the movie, which is based as hell. Hey Piranha, how you doing? How have you been, my guy? Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, I'm studying the animation. Just like never mind. That well, huh? We'll hop on in and chill with me for a while. Let's make that, let's end the week at least in a better note, yeah? One of the things that I did do late last night, I was up till about like 4 or so doing it. Because I wanted to have Pumpkin have like signs that were updated as we move forward with the goals and stuff, but they just weren't legible. They just weren't. As much as I would want them to. In order to get them to be legible, they would take up so much of the screen that it would be like in the way, and I don't want Pumpkin to feel like they're in the way. You know what I mean? So what I did is that I added a new command that I made like a Canva thing that has everything on there. And so the goal, ! Goal, will actually link you to that. But also I came to realize I don't really know how to link images that doesn't like look like ass. You know, it's borderline paragraph of a link, and I'm just like, if anyone has to type this in, it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be a bad time. So any recommendations as far as that kind of stuff is great. Because I was considering doing like a link to a Google Drive, but I'm like, is that a very smart idea to have a link to a Google Drive thing out in the public space? I don't know, man. We're moving as we're going, you know, as they say. Even though that's not a saying anyone has ever said, because that's not how you say it. But no, this week has been great. Like we played a lot of games. We met a lot of new people, Clown being one of them, and I'm anticipating that this upcoming Halloween event is going to be a lot more collaborative than it was last year, because I have a feeling with all the new people that we now know, we're going to have a lot more people available to like do fun stuff with, or like watch spooky stuff with. Because last year, for those that weren't here last year what we did, it was just kind of like a spur of the moment. I want to do this really fun, like I love Halloween, I want to do something special for Halloween, so I was like, let's just do a 24-hour stream. And so I made 4 different Mama Dodo costumes with different interactions, 4 different like games for like 4 hours, and then in between each one was like an hour of like YouTube horror things that we just watched while I like rested my voice and like ate some food and stuff like that. It went really, really well, and I had a lot of fun with it. And even in like the end of the 24 hours, I was like, I could keep going. Like, this is actually not that bad. Yeah. This was a lot of fun. And so like this year, we're doing the same thing this Friday. Granted, I was gonna say it's not 100% set in stone, because the more I thought about it, the more I remember last year y'all saying that y'all wanted it like all of Saturday, not all of Friday, because then you wouldn't have to worry about work, you wouldn't want to have to worry about school, and you could hop in and out throughout that whole day. So I'm going to probably put up a poll today. I mean, we could even do it right now, essentially, and ask is like, okay, for the Halloween event, do we want it on Halloween, aka Friday, or do we want it the eve of the night of Halloween into the next day, so November 1st, and then do that? So I mean, yeah, let's throw that out into the Discord, because I think that's important. Oh, let me put this out as well. I forgot to. Boop. But y'all's reception to Pumpkin have been very amazing. So I very much appreciate how well y'all have truly liked Pumpkin. I think Pumpkin turned out really, really well overall. It's one of those few times where you get to kind of like see the progress of your art journey, because my art journey has been very much. Hold on, I'm moving Mama Dodo down a little bit, and because she's kind of showing the edges a bit. There we go. The kind of aesthetic that I go for is very, very cute, and then it transfers to very, very creepy, and it kind of yo-yos between those 2 points, because I think the cute amplify the creepy, and I think the creepy amplifies the cute, and I think they really do go hand in hand in a lot of ways. And what I was kind of stuck in for the longest time is like this weird middle ground where it was creepy and cute at the same time, but like in an antagonistic way. Like it's not very cute and it's not very creepy, but now I'm trying to like stretch like both ends out, where I'm leaning more, I'm allowed to make, not allowed, but I can create something really, really cute, and then I can start working on making things really, really creepy, and then it will flip between those two things, because that's the kind of aesthetic that I want to kind of put forward. But I also know that as far as a content creator side of things, that's not a very good idea. Those are two very different things that don't mesh necessarily well together, but I think it kind of just depends how we go about it, right? So like a good example that, which is something we should probably actually update now, or today at the very least. Hey Dragon, how you doing? Is the Zukosis Mama Dodo, right? The Zukosis Mama Dodo, or even when we were talking about Zukosis Mama Dodo, as well as Apex Predator Mama Dodo, where like it was unnerving, right? You would have these moments where you would go super creepy, and I think that's a good example of like when it's not done properly, it's very not okay. But I think when it's done well, it has a lot less of an impact than I think it does. Thank you, Dragon. I was just talking about how I'm so glad y'all have really fallen in love with Pumpkin. Pumpkin is the name of the ankylosaur, by the way. In case you haven't heard the spiel yet, Pumpkin is a baby ankylosaur with a deformed club who is very self-conscious about their deformity, and by us showing our support and our love of this charity, etc., we are showing that what makes you special, like things that are different don't have to be a bad thing. They could just mean that you're special. And that why didn't Pet Mama Dodo go off? Hold up, wait a minute, that's weird. How long has that been broken? Has that been broken for a while? I don't remember how long it's been since that. Huh. Weird. Well, you get an extra long amount of time. I'll even move it a little bit for you. There you go. Ah. The book we read in high school, Wander. Novel about a kid with a face deformity who's trying to fit in with the normal school kids. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much that. And honestly, we're almost to the point where we're like halfway to a second pumpkin sticker. So the first one is essentially what you see right now, and then there's going to be a second, depending on how far on the charity we go. I'll be making a second, and then maybe even a third if we even get that far, for people to dinosaurified. I can speak. I mean, also, like, a lot of the characters in Idealist's, like, story and narrative, I want it to feel like, oh, these dinosaurs are just people. Like, they have their own struggles, their own trauma, their own narrative, their own desires, their own goals. Like, I want that kind of feeling with it, right? I keep forgetting I'm spelling dinosaur wrong, my bad. No, you're absolutely fine. That was much less to do with you spelling it wrong and more to do with I can't read. You know what I mean? But right now, what I'm actually going to put a poll out, Dragon, and you're free to also voice your opinion in the chat since you're sitting in here right here. Was for our 24-hour stream for Halloween that's coming up. Last year, if I remember correctly, y'all said that you wanted it not on Halloween and instead the first Saturday after Halloween, because then you have the whole day to kind of dip in and out, because it would be the midnight, it would be like literally the 0:00 midnight on Friday / Saturday morning until Saturday night / Sunday morning, right? But this year is similar in the sense of this is on a Friday, and I'm planning it right now being on a Friday, but especially if I'm going to want it to be more collaborative this time. It might be better to have it be on a Saturday instead of a Friday, so that more people would be available, more people would be able to watch, like so that they don't have to worry about work or school or whatever they're going to be doing. Also, Halloween, if you already have Halloween plans, why didn't it go through? What the hell? Hey, oh, okay, okay, I know what happened. My streamer bot disconnected at some point. I don't know why. No wonder the pet didn't go through. No wonder the pet didn't go through. It's not functioning. All right, now here, I'll do this for you. Ready? Boop. There you go. OBS update? Maybe? I opened it and it was working before, or I thought it was working before, but it could have been that it opened slow and it didn't quite click. But there you go. It should be working. All the redeems should now be working, should being the keyword of that statement. But yeah, so let's make a poll. Let's see, quick poll for y'all. Here we go. Let's do this. I imagine I could share this on stream. I always do take the window capture off just in case. Oh, really? Well, damn. Did the Raptor twins also have this issue, Piranha? Because I know you hang out. I don't want you to feel that was a call out. I was just genuinely curious. Because I've watched them a few more times. They seem really nice and fun. I need to stop by more often, but I need to stop by more often for more streamers, to be honest. Quick poll for y'all for your preference of when the 24-hour stream for Halloween is. The current plan is Friday the 31st, but I remember last year y'all saying Saturday would work better. Feel free to stop by to chat about it live or discuss it in the Discord. Either way, thanks for your opinion. I did not realize this whole time that I got to add on the wall. Huh? That I get to add on the well? I just thought we were donating for a good cause. Oh! Oh, you got add to the wheel. Sorry. Oh, did you? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see how it's doing. Streamlabs. Let's do this. Hold on. Donate. Let me see if I could see who has donated and who has not donated. Is that something that I could see? Let's see here. Leaderboards. We're behind. We're number 4 on the leaderboards. We need to get up. Hold on. Let me show you. Look at it. We're number 4. Top donators. We got a couple of hundreds over here. That's crazy. Honestly, don't worry about it. That's fun. don't do anything crazy. Let's see. Stream for cause. I just want to see. Oh, I bet you. If I do this, I should be able to see who has and has not, and how much. Let's see. Donations. There's me. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. We do have everybody. So I have a list. I have a list of everyone who does it. So Dragon, yes, you do get to add to the wheel. What do you want to add to the wheel? And we already did the wheel spin. I remember that. We already did that. I was like, hold on. because some of those things I wasn't actively doing at the time, where I was just, because I wanted it, I wanted it to unlock as we progress, but the picture in stream thing, I wanted it to be like throughout the event, so it feels weird that would be like not there. You know, until like the end. So yeah. So it would be, yeah, so you're gonna get the discount on the sticker, and then you add to the wheel, and then we have to spend 2 more times after we add to the wheel. So you tell me, Dragon. You tell me. Ella's, as far as who's donated the most, it's been Ella. I won't say how much. But y'all have been way too kind. Seriously. I did not think we would even get close to this amount of money. No. That is absolutely fine, Dragon. I was saying that you do get to add to the wheel. So what would you like to add to the wheel? That was pretty much it. There was a lot of other just me yapping. So this is our current wheel. We have the workout trio. We have shot of hot sauce. We have next 5 minutes do a different voice. Ratty did something really funny where I landed on the different voice, and then they proceeded to have me do a lore redeem. That was actually like a really good combo. I have to give a genuine compliment to myself, which is really painful. Spin twice. Delete one full window of internet browser that is currently open, regardless of what it has on there. Chat changes Discord profile picture for a week. Blue Sky profile picture for the week. Changes my Discord nickname for a week. And y'all can make a Blue Sky post for me. A shot of lemon juice. No swearing for 10 minutes or I have to start over. United, unfortunately. I don't think you did. Eat spinach. Y'all, do y'all remember? Y'all remember my spinach redeems, don't you? I do have a Blue Sky. That is correct. I try, like, as far as like letting y'all know when I'm live, I use a Discord 99% of the time. Blue Sky, I'll almost never do that because to me, Blue Sky is more about like announcements. I don't want my Blue Sky to just be I'm going live. So I don't feel like I use it enough where that would be like the main thing. Spinach isn't that bad. It wasn't. But so like the reason that's on there is I used to have on my, as like before the workout redeems, it was a spinach redeem where someone would do spinach and I would get up, go to the fridge, grab some raw spinach and just munch on it. And it was like a way to like force me to eat healthy. And it was really funny. But the thing is that it was very interruptive in the sense of like I had to stop what I was doing to go to the fridge and pick it up, and then I would sit down, and then there was a few times, I think it was Star, where he timed it, I think like 2 or 3 times, where as soon as I got back from eating spinach, he would redeem another spinach. So there would just be this nothing happening for like a couple of minutes as I went back and forth and eating spinach. So I ended up like taking it down eventually. So I brought it back in this case of, hey, y'all remember when you forced me to eat spinach like some kind of sauropod? Watch an old clip of myself in cringe. That one's gonna honestly painful. Close down one of my currently open Excel sheets. That is also another one, which is also painful because I like having these things open at all times. So that is what I currently have. But you can sit on it, Dragon. You don't need to think of it right now. But once you have what you want on here, you let me know, and then we have to do 2 more spins. All right? So no rush, no pressure. You let me know. We still have, even after today, we still have the 24-hour stream to like have stuff, do stuff. So Even if it's not even today, we still have that going on. We aren't having a stream Tuesday. I'm gonna need some rest from this full week of collabs, and I'm gonna be having like a mini road trip on Tuesday anyway. So and then depending on the results of the poll, we will either have it Friday or Saturday. But you'll be a lot more what's the word I'm looking for? Not figured out, but concrete. That's a good word. Concrete. It'll be a lot more concrete soon. My internet keeps dying and rubbing every 5 seconds. What did I miss? You missed that me listing off what's on the punishment wheel for the charity stuff. But that was about it. And then me mentioning about the poll for which day we're gonna do the 24 Halloween thing. Slowly noticing a trend to which stream is getting axed. I'm sorry. It's really not on purpose. Sometimes especially after, like, what ends up happening is we streamed Saturday and then we streamed Sunday, and then Monday I'm usually working on something. So like Tuesday gets the Friday treatment. You know what I mean? Where you're just exhausted from the week of all the stuff that you do. That Tuesday, especially Tuesday being the highest, like, mental load of the bunch. And I've considered changing the day of Tuesday as far as game dev day, etc., to a Friday or something, so it's the first thing we do versus the last thing we do, because it's the most mentally taxing thing. We would probably want that in the beginning versus the end, but at least when I got feedback from y'all about that, it seemed that Tuesday was the best way to do it, and that Fridays just aren't a good day for y'all. And I think it's because y'all just have other stuff going on Fridays, which is totally fair, by the way. But at least from the feedback that I got, Tuesday, yeah, yeah, it does. But still, I do want to mention that I appreciate y'all's patience with me saying, like, hey, we're canceling Tuesday streams. But know that that's not like a thing where it's like, oh, I'm not really feeling software development, right? And that's not the case. And I know it's my choice, but I still have a responsibility to be consistent. Yeah, like that's on me, right? And if it's not working the way that it's currently working, then it's up to me to find out how to go about it to make it work, right? See how the other streamer join it, simple. Hell yeah, Foxy. All right, let's see here. We're gonna do, it was, when would what day would be best for you for the 24-hour Halloween stream to be on? It would be Friday, 31st of October, Saturday, 1st of November, or Sunday, the 2nd of November. Those three. We'll do this for the next, if we do 3 days, it's Sunday. I don't really know. It's like, I definitely should be streaming with Salty tonight. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I hope you all enjoy. Oh, and tell Salty I apologize for not being able to communicate as much as I wanted with them. The last time they stopped by for the collab stream stuff. It's difficult to talk to y'all and collab at the same time. I know I've mentioned that before, but I feel a little bad that they were trying to strike up conversation. I couldn't converse. So to let them know that I apologize if I came off as not accommodating in that aspect. Hell yeah. Hell no. Okay. We'll just do a 24-hour poll. We'll do multiple answers. All right. 24-hour 24-hour Halloween stream. Which day should it be on? Should it be Friday, October 31st? That is the right day, right? I'm not going crazy. Yeah. Is it Saturday, November 1st, or Sunday, November 2nd? Those are the three. Boom. And then I'm going to do an at everyone. At everyone. Boom. Perfect. Boop. Gonna let a message, but should give the same message. 2 days nonstop working on a run of Chicago doing lights, middle managing, and only having 3 hours of sleep in between. Yikes. That was me yesterday. Unfortunately, the dog that I'm dog sitting had a rough morning. I think she just wanted attention. But she kept me up. She kept me up when I was trying to sleep, and I only had like 3 hours yesterday. It was rough. But yeah, no. That's a lot. I'm really proud that you got through it, especially with all that additional stresses. Only one glaring mistake was some of the turn into an amazing improv. Hell yeah. Honestly, that's like a lot of what streaming is. A lot of what streaming is improv. I nearly broke my deck today because of Silsong. Oh, was it, did you lose? Is it a really difficult boss? All right, you got it, Ace. One sip. Actually, ever since my dentist told me about this. So I don't like drinking soda. I really don't. But And for a while, I was able to avoid drinking soda because Flavor Ice had these caffeinated cans of really good stuff that wasn't soda. And I was like, yes, perfect, great. And then I moved to the new area that I moved to, and they don't have it anymore. And the only caffeinated beverage they have are sodas, with the exception of coffee, but I don't drink coffee. So I've been drinking a lot of sodas lately, and I hate it. But I remember my dentist talking about, like, oh, if you drink sodas, at the very least you rinse your mouth with water as you drink it. Like, or after you finish drinking it, so that it's not just sitting on your teeth. So what I've grown to do is that as I'm drinking soda, I take a sip of water and do like a quick swish. Because in my mind, it's like, I don't want it sitting on my teeth and ruin it, you know? I love carbonation. I love carbonation. Now, I don't like seltzer water. It tastes like ass, in my opinion. Powdered energy drinks, you mean like Gamer Subs? Like stuff like that? I've tried guacamole Gamer Fart, and that one was pretty good, but I didn't drink it consistently enough where it was something that I wanted to continue doing. Plus, like, when it comes to energy drinks, and if they're, you know, being a VTuber in the Twitch space, I am cognizant of how important that is and how supporting and how amazing they are to creators. But there's still that part of me that is just like, has some hesitancy towards food dyes. Do I want to push like energy drinks to my community that are just sitting there watching me stream? You know, so it's like it's a mixed bag. So I've mixed feelings when it comes to Gamer Subs, because it's in the mindset of, do I think having a energy drink mix while you're sitting watching a stream be healthy for you? And the answer is no. But I also think that they would be flexible enough where they would be able to hear my concerns and accommodate my concerns appropriately. So that's where I stand on it. Hold on, while I was talking about that. So there's a region that's really, really hard to parkour, but it's also a frozen region, like 30 seconds freezing and dying. Besides the fact that I have a huge skill issue, parkour is hard. I keep destroying the checkpoints. Got you. So it's just really tough parkouring. I got you. Have you tried green tea is your friend in that regard? I'm not gonna say I don't like teas. Instead is, I haven't had tea that I've liked yet. I could have been preparing it wrong. I could have been not having the right flavors, because there are as many teas as there are colors in the universe, right? So it's gonna be a bit. So I haven't had the right tea yet, but I think tea probably is the next best thing as far as, you know, something. But in order to, it's something that's going to take a lot of practice to get down accordingly, similar to like cooking. Can I snort it up my nose? I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend snorting it. According to sugar, snorting stings don't. Yeah. It's also probably really bad for your nasal. Listen, as somebody who knows human anatomy, the nasal cavity is already a complete abomination. Do not do anything that causes more issues up there. You're not gonna have a good time. There's some permaviolets. They have some non-caffeine option too. Right, but they still have like all that other stuff in there, right? I could send you a link to one that is better than Sups if you want to look into it. All right, yeah. Send it to me. I think we just became friends on Discord. Just shoot me on there. I'll check it out. But basically, those are my concerns. It's food colorings and making sure that it's at least not awful for the person drinking it. I think if that's the case, then that's something that I could advocate for. Or the current head, like Gamer Subs, would be able to accommodate those concerns. Those are really the big ones. My nose is already, probably don't. Yeah, probably not. Try the health potion recipe in the recipe chat. Ooh, wait, hold on. Recipe chat. Looking at the recipe chat. Cooking recipes. Health potion. Looking for the health. Oh yeah, right. I remember you talking about this. Green tea bags, wildberry tea. Yeah, scoop them out. Well, I would definitely need to get like a coffee maker or something. If you want more diluted, closer to enough concentrated. Well, how much of this is like bitter, you know? I had the same concerns. Hell yeah, clown. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Advanced. Okay. It's clean, energy pumping, productivity boosting supplement made with all natural caffeine and L-theanine. I'll have to double check with my brother about L-theanine. He might tell me to be like, oh yeah, that's a whole bunch of dog water. So for those that don't know, my brother is a personal trainer. He like went to school and got a degree about this kind of stuff. So whenever it comes to health concern, like workout and those kind of stuff, he's the guy that I go to when I'm like, hey, is this bullshit? A lot of times he's like, that's bullshit. Other times he's like, no, actually, that's what I use. Dude, like 100% recommend. All right, cool. But thanks for putting this on my radar. That's good. Especially if I can get it so that I can depend on it. Ooh. Sorry, I'm clicking out of Windows and I accidentally double clicked. But yeah. As far as what we're gonna do today, I have no idea. I have no clue. I just wanted to hang out with y'all. That was pretty much it. Is there... I mean, there's a part of me that kind of wants to do web fishing again, but I don't think they added anything. New Dead Noise video? Dead Noise video? What is Dead Noise? Oh, they're an artist. Oh, really? Let's see. Donosauria. Let's see here. Yeah. Dead sound. Yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah. Hunted by Moonlight. Haunted by moonlight. Saved by the daylight. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that right now. Boo. All right. I think it will go through already. Let's see. Hold on. And make sure that the audio is going through. Once it finishes buffering, I guess? All right, let's see here. Okay, looks like we're good. All right. Display capture. This is Dead Sound, by the way. His Patreon. No, seriously though, support this man. He does really, really good stuff. This dinosaur animation kind of deal, like good structure, and it's just overall like his 3D, like his clay, like structures that he makes, like the 3D models are crazy amazing. And he's just like, oh, this is my second try. It's horrible. And I'm like, this is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. What should I add? Mentioning ketchup, 100% should be on there. Just in general. All right. And this is Hunted by Moonlight, and it came out 2 days ago. Let's see it. Ooh. We got... I forget the name of that one. Let me turn this up. Okay. Oh, Scuff should 100% be on the bingo card too. Yeah. Ooh, the little camouflage there is real good. I also thought so, Dragon. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Interesting music in the background. They're like, hey, we're trying to sleep here. 3D models, by the way. I think he shades them himself. It's 3D models on 2D background, which I believe is what I'm planning on moving forward with Idealist Lore videos. Actually, I think it's the other way around. I think it's 3D background with 2D models. I haven't decided. I am liking this red accent color happening going throughout this. Who will win? My bet's on the right. Oh. Oh, they're so cute. Ooh, red snail. Red snails, or maybe snails that with the red glow. That makes some amazing stuff like Arcane. Exactly. I'm looking at stuff like Arcane. I'm looking at stuff like, gosh, I forget the other ones. But Arcane was the big one where I really want to have a mixture of the two in a special way. But I haven't decided how to go about it yet. Or what works best with me and my skill set, you know? Because that's important. That's true. That would be a good bingo thing, Dragon. Oh, that's like a bad area, huh? Oh, well, because Spider-Verse is 3D model on a 2D background. It's the same, not style, but it's the same. It's a similar workflow. That's probably why you're getting the same vibes. That 100% should be on there, Dragon. That's a dead body. You just eating around a dead body? That's crazy. That is crazy. Granted, that's a very human thing to be against that. We have a big reluctance of not being around the dead. You suck at 2D? That's alright. You need to suck at 2D before you can get good at 2D, my guy. Oh. Oh. Good music cut, by the way. Really adds tension in an interesting way. Oh, well. I like the Dilophosaurus crest being used in a way where it's more like a camouflage kind of deal. He really upped his game with the sound design this time around. I want to say that this is an improvement. It's been a hot minute since I saw the other videos, but still. What are we looking at? Okay, so he's kind of taking a claim. Yeah. I think so too. I think it's within my capabilities. Maybe not where I am right now, but something I would be able to build up to. Yeah, I think so too. He is a big inspiration for me. Oh. Oh, good job. Love it. He definitely purposely did this during Spooky Month. Oh, the lack of music is adding such a good touch to this. Yep, you see it on the left? Yeah. I don't think you should count if you do it, Dragon. I think it's something that I have to do. Assuming that you mean the bingo card. I think you can make me do it, though. So if it's like a redeem thing, you could do it. That's true. I've only done it once. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Oh. Oh, y'all need to donate a lot more to get that. This one's mine! Getting sidetracked? Oh god, that would be that might as well be a free space. Did you include a free space? You could even make the free space of like follow Idealist or something. I've seen that before with the D&D animated funny barbarian. I forget the name of it. With his bingo sheet. Ooh, that's leaving traces. did kind of lead them to your home now. He's like, weren't there, like, where's Tommy? Yup. Damn. That. Here we go. Here we go. You want a best man? You asked about my little brother? You want to bet my little brother? Let's go. When you have a big brother in high school and you're in elementary school. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't think they would have tasted like chicken. I wonder if the one that got scratched was the one that went in there when he wasn't supposed to. So he feels guilty about having their companion die. I definitely would be willing to try one, though. See an ankylosaur point to it and say, pumpkin, it's your brother. Right? Oh, is he dead? Oh, no? Oh, okay, no. They're just kind of like giving a little present. Aw. I hope you feel better. Aw. Hunted by the moonlight. Ivan Dutch, if that is how you pronounce your name, the music in this was very good. And David, of course, David Arnsby, amazing as always. Beautiful. Round of applause.
Hello, this is David, and thank you all for watching my
Look at that! Look at that! Hold on. Back up just a little bit. Look at that! Me pointing at the screen, like you could kind of see it. You ask, it's yes or no questions, Foxy. We know this. It has to be yes or no. But like, look at this. It's so good. Like, bruh. It's so good.
If you want to know more,
and those are like the 3D models and stuff. Like after he painted them all. Like, more
about exactly what went into making Hunted by Moonlight, my artwork, my ideas, the science, what I think works, what I think doesn't work, please check out the accompanying making of video. In the meantime, though, super special thanks to all my top.
All right, let's look at the making of. Well, let's finish. Let him finish.
Scrolling by on screen right now. Without all these wonderful people, gigantic animated projects like my Dinosauria series, it would not be possible. So again, thank you.
All right, let's see. Yep, there it is. Let's watch the making of, because we should. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go to a quick ad break. Then we'll watch the making of video, because that's going to come up in like 3 minutes anyway. So I don't want to interrupt in the middle. So everyone stretch, get a drink, and we'll get started. And I need to close my door again because Marble left it open. Oh, gosh. Guys, if you saw my current setup, you would be so mad at me. I am sitting on a blanket, on a pillow, on my suitcase. So I'm constantly like leaning and squatting over the entire time. I am gonna be so happy sitting in a normal chair again. I'm dog sitting currently. So in like finding a good spot in order to have everything set up, so I essentially am sitting at their like coffee table. Like I moved the coffee table into the bedroom so that way I can shut the door and be cognizant of other people that live here, as well as being able to keep Marble out if I need her to, because she could be a pain sometimes. So I have everything set up in here, so I have to lean over. It's like it's just high enough where just sitting on the floor is too high, but not high enough that I could put a like chair in front of it. Then I would just be like really leaning down, and that would suck. So this is like the middle ground of enough height where I could comfortably use a keyboard. Comfortably, I guess, is a strong word for my current predicament. Yeah, I'll hydrate. Ooh. But by the time we do our 24-hour stream, I'll be back in my normal abode. And get all that going. I need a there's a couple things I need to do today, but one of the things I need to get done is, yeah, right, I'm straight shrimping it today. I've been shrimping it all week, though that doesn't sound very that feels like they can get taken out of context. Yeah, don't refresh when you have ads. They'll double dip. It's kind of crazy. Imagine, can't be me. No, I appreciate y'all suffering through the ads for me on that one. Thank you for your 3 cents. I appreciate it. Again, ads are one of those things that it's worth it when you have a sizable community. For someone as small as us, I don't see a whole lot. But if I keep looping it, then you'll keep watching forever. In that case, we'll wait 1 second. Dragon, you let us know when you're out of the ads, okay? Don't turn into Sifrin. What? Oh, gotcha. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it because I need to finish. I need to get into contact with people to see if their availability is, as well as, but I think I know exactly what games I'm gonna be playing down, which means I need to finish the costumes for those. You could do that. I don't know if it's going to be checked off. Yeah, I was going to say, if that was a Dragon and You thing, yeah. I mean, I mention it here and there, but, you know, there we go. You could have be supportive to a random chatter on there, I guess, would be one. I tend to do that occasionally. I don't know what else would be a good thing. All right, Dragon, are you out of ads? I had that on the pink. That's fine. This is the one series I was forced in and regret. All right, let's get it.
Hello, my name is David, and in this video I'll be covering how I created Hunted by Moonlight.
One thing I will say before we get into this. Y'all, go to this person's video after we watch this and make sure that we give them an extra views. All right, give them the support. They deserve it.
Dinosauria animated series. This behind-the-scenes video will cover everything from my initial sketchbook work, my ideas, how I animate, and everything in between, including this big clay sculpture I made of the film's main character.
Look at that.
The animations may be the final result, but there is so much more that goes into each and every one of these projects.
How do you make hair that looks like that? My hair looks like ass. Me trying to study hair, like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Oh, look at that. There's even like danglies, dude. The crest looks like wood. It's so good.
So, let's get started.
Look at it, dude. And then he can make those kind of sculpture. Oh, hold on. Reverse. Cat. Cat seed. Ooh. That one video, the 9% Hollywood movies. But seriously though. Oh, speaking of that happening, did y'all see? Do you watch Papa? Not Papa Mud. Do y'all watch Meat Canyon? Came up with a video recently that was people were saying like this man put like more effort into this than any movie that I have like Hollywood has put into for the last like 5 years. Yeah. He's definitely the person that I would say like when it comes to body horror is almost second to none.
Hunted by Moonlight is actually an idea I've had since the very start of this series. You see, the Dinosauria series started back in 2020 with a film I made called Old Buck, which I enjoyed.
He also seems just
so
like
much that I immediately decided to
a
expand
good dude.
Into a
He's a little
whole
odd,
series
but who
of
isn't?
dinosaur-themed films.
No more or less odd than I am.
But the initial concept I had in mind was to make each film as experimental and as unique as possible.
Amen.
And one of the very first ideas I had for this series was a film called Forbidden Fruit.
Oh, yeah.
This film was gonna be a dark, gothic, fairy tale horror film, and wasn't going to be paleo accurate whatsoever. It featured heavily stylized retro dinosaurs animated in a fake stop-motion-like style.
Oh, that's
This
cool.
here is
Guys, look at how he did this. It really does look like a fake. Like it needs a little bit more jitteriness, but like the way that the light kind of like it lags. It does look like it.
This here is how different the Dinosauria animated
Look
series
at that.
almost was.
This man dropping like just casually
I
that.
liked a lot about this idea, but the more the Dinosauria series took shape as we know it now, the less Forbidden Fruit really fit within it. And while I did eventually get to animate some retro dinosaurs in Terrible Lizards, it was actually the gothic fairy tale story and spooky atmosphere of Forbidden Fruit that really drew me to the concept, both of which served as the foundation of what would eventually become Hunted by Moonlight. But because this idea has been in the back of my mind for almost 5 years, it's gone through
I know
a
that
bunch
feeling.
of different revisions.
Yeah.
The most notable of which was a scrapped version of this film set in Cenozoic Argentina.
Oh, that would have been so good. Sorry, I have a soft spot for terror birds, dude. I really do.
This version of the film would have featured the New World monkey Homunculus and the terror bird Forus Racus in the two main roles.
Look at his
As you can
3D
see,
models,
I
man.
even started 3D modeling and rigging these two characters.
He does such a good job with the anatomy of it all. It's so good.
I remember pivoting the setting from Cenozoic to Mesozoic
Terror
specifically
birds.
after discovering
Terror
Brian Bale's
birds.
paleoart reimagining Dilophosaurus based on all the latest research, which totally inspired me.
Yeah.
I had finally found my Guillermo del Toro fairy tale monster.
Yeah. Look at it. Just look at the spiral with it. I could tell he had a lot of fun making this crest. Like just stylizing it.
Speaking of which, it probably comes as no surprise that this film is heavily inspired by dark, gothic fairy tales.
Yeah. Who's a fan of dark
These
gothic
famous
fairy
stories,
tales?
like
Raises
Hansel and
both
Gretel and
hands.
Red Riding Hood were originally written to be scary, cautionary warnings to teach children of the dangers of the world. And Hunted by Moonlight is presented exactly like one of these fairy tales. It's a story
Hansel and
about
Gretel?
a bunch of troublesome children who are tempted by suspicious sweet treats,
Yup.
leave the safety of home, wander too far into the woods, and are attacked by horrible monsters in the dead of night.
One thing I do want to add real quick, just as the scars, the way that the scars has for you to like clearly see it like that, such a good touch.
For each of the films
Sculpture.
in my Dinosauria series, I've created large clay sculptures of the star species. For Hunted by Moonlight, I of course decided to sculpt a Scutellosaurus.
You say of course, but the Lophosaurus sculpture of that kind of aesthetic would have also gone so hard. Like, am I the only one who would think that would have gone so hard? Oh man. Okay. All right.
Based on this piece of concept art, I started this piece by creating a skeleton of aluminium foil and wire, which I then covered in a thin layer of DAS air drying clay and Millipup. In layers, I then slowly bulked out the piece, added arms and bored peg holes into the gnarled tree branch base so the dinosaur could securely stand on top of it. The scaly skin of this Scutellosaurus was created using my usual methods. With these pre-made texture plates, I create patches of skin, which I then dress the model with. Any extra details like scale variation and skin folds are then carved on top.
I think that is a excellent thing to mention when it comes to these kind of stuff. Finding ways to streamline your process, especially the like highly repetitive aspect of it, I think is such an undervalued important note. Like being able to be like, okay, cool, instead of manually going through and do this whole thing, it's like I already have a preset thing that I could just reapply for all future things, is part at least of the reason why I love the idea of like making software tools and stuff like that. Like being able to make tools to make all future things easier is such an amazing thing. So props.
The final sculpting step were the scutes of this Scutellosaurus. These were all balled up, sculpted, and applied one by one.
Ooh, damn. Speaking of tedious
Once
work,
I was happy with the finished sculpt, I
it looks so
accidentally tried to prime
good.
the piece with a spray varnish, then correctly primed it with a spray primer, and painted the piece with acrylic paints and brushes.
He also, I will also mention, I'm sorry I keep on pausing, but I want to talk about it while we watch this. The fact that I went to see some mashed potatoes and pumpkin meatballs, hell yeah, that sounds amazing. Is the fact that, shit, I got distracted by the pumpkin. Oh yeah, no, his storytelling. He's an excellent storyteller because he also includes the mistakes that happen as like a humorous kind of like side bit, but he's still telling a story the whole time. So like, yeah.
Painting the base was relatively easy, but I must have
Good, I'm
repainted
glad,
the
Dragon.
Scutellosaurus itself like 3 or 4 times before I finally settled on these exact blue and pink hues. I think the finished sculpture is quite striking.
It's
The
so
gnarled
good.
Tree branch base.
He
covered in
didn't focus
mushrooms.
at all on the branch and the mushrooms. Those are also amazing. He undersold. Look how good this root is. Look at all the texture here. I didn't see a tree texture. He probably did this by hand. He really undersells his ability. Like, damn. Like, fuck, man. Is this what y'all feel like with me all the time? Where I just like brush over shit? They're just like, listen, I think you need to understand something.
Really evokes the gothic fairy tale feel of the film, which is perfectly matched with the childlike innocence and curiosity of the Scutellosaurus perched on top.
Tell me your decision. You free to tell me now,
Job, though. And while I think that
or
silhouette
after the
of this
video.
piece
Up to you,
is probably
Dragon.
its strongest feature, little details like the twist of the tail and just how bowed this leg is kinda bother me. But besides that,
he's such a perfectionist. Do you hear him? Where he's just like, oh, this little look. Who looks at this and is just like, yeah, that little bit on the leg there, that bothers me. That makes this work bad. Draw a spooky dinosaur for a chatter of your choice. Ooh. I like that. Okay, in that case, let's do this. Boop. We'll put draw spooky dinosaur of random chatter after stream. Oh, before next stream. How does that sound? Because a lot of these are meant to be like either live for 5-10 minutes or after stream. Yeah. Ooh. Actually, you know what? Of random chatter. Yes, right now. 5 to 10 minutes tops. Max. Yeah. Yeah. Oop, whoop. But that will be harder to track biases because I did donate. Maybe. All right. So I still owe you a +2 spin. I have to spin this twice after adding this. Let's finish watching the video and then spin twice. How's that sound? Because I want to continue raving about this man's skills and loving the fact that a small part of this leg is just like, yeah, it looks weird. I don't know, man. And you see this whole thing, you're like, bruh, that's such a small thing.
Really warmed to this little sculpture. Here he is next to the Megalosaurus from my previous film, Terrible Lizards.
That really is big.
And here he is with the rest of the Dinosauria sculpture family.
Something to mention with all these things, because he mentioned it in one of his other making of videos that we watched, is the fact that one of the main reasons why he likes doing this, and something that I am beginning to think that I might be wired in a similar manner, is the idea of for every successful video that he makes something tangible that he can touch and hold and make that is like almost one part celebration and the second part like an honoring of, right? And I think that's really beautiful, and that really kind of like, especially someone like me who struggles with reward, with that, my brain doesn't work with rewarding myself for effort like other people for whatever reason. And so I've been trying to find ways to make that work. The idea of I get to make something physical and cool, and whenever I look at it, I'll know that it's like that's something that I made and did, right? In celebration of something that's intangible, I make something tangible for it. And one of the things I was considering doing was like a badge, like a physical badge, because I think it was when we were playing Peak or something. I was thinking about it, where I was just like, ooh, a badge would be kind of neat. Because I used to be a Boy Scout. Like, getting badges was something that they got me early when I was a kid. Anyway, so I wanted to mention that, especially with all these things where it's like, this is his way of celebrating something that he can't touch because he needs something to hold and to make with his hands. And I resonate with that. Welcome, Scallion. We're watching the making of a new Dinosauria movie. Or thing.
The star species of this
recommend watching it if you haven't already.
Scutellosaurus. These little dinosaurs were less than 2 meters long and were covered in hundreds of small, bony osteoderms. These humble, armored little guys were basal thyreophorian dinosaurs, the group that would eventually give rise to the stegosaurs and the ankylosaurs. Some of the coolest.
Look at this. Look at the style. I'm loving the style of these. Sorry, I'm just admiring.
Most heavily defended animals to ever exist.
I need to know what software he uses, dude. Is it
I
just
pretended
Blender?
The three Scutellosaurus and
I wonder if he also
the
uses Substance
three
Painter.
siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. There's the older brother, who is the most rambunctious and troublesome of the 3, and bears the scars of his many misadventures. Then there's the older sister, just as playful as her brothers, but easily the most sensible, cautious, and caring of the group. And finally, the youngest of the 3 is our main character, who follows and mimics everything his older brother does, even if it goes against his own instincts.
Microsoft
they all
Paint.
likely came from the same clutch of eggs.
Bruh, if
they're
he used
not
Microsoft Paint,
literally
that would be
older
crazy.
or younger than one another. Those are just the relationships I was imagining while writing and animating the film.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
The next animal I'll be talking about.
Well, something I wanted to mention real quick. That's something to keep in mind as well when it comes to how important it is when writing characters, even though they're not like people or they're communicating, understanding the relationship between the two, but not going like full hog into it. It doesn't matter who was really like exactly like how the age difference between each other, as long as the relationships is understandably clear and personalities kind of show through that. That's all you need. You don't need to go any harder than that. So that's good that he was just like, I mean the details kind of get muddy, but this is what I wanted to move forward with. So he was going off a vibe, and I think that's important.
About is Ceratosaurus, which
Ceratosaurus.
was a basal sauropodomorph. Again, very humble beginnings, as this group would eventually give rise to some of the largest and most impressive creatures to ever exist.
Look the way he colors them, dude. So good. This does remind me I need to find a good way to add colors and distinctions as far as Idealist summons. Oh, sorry.
But as you can see, Ceratosaurus was actually quite small, only about 4 meters long and roughly the height of a human being. The third animal I'll be talking about is, of course, Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurus!
The dinosaur that, thanks to Jurassic Park, is known to most people as the little venom-spitting dinosaur with the big frill that kills Wayne Knight. The real animal, of course, wasn't venomous, it didn't have a neck frill, and was also a lot larger than its movie counterpart.
Yeah.
As you can see, in life, Dilophosaurus would have totally dwarfed its Jurassic Park co-star, Velociraptor.
I want to point out how great this scene is. We're going to rewind a little bit and rewatch this. He showed a comparison shot for size 2 other times before now. On this third time, you think everything is fine, then they start moving. I want to emphasize how good that is. Now this scene that was supposed to be static is suddenly moving, and that's something that I wanted to be kind of, if there's something that I would want to be associated with in the things that I make in the future videos that I make, are those moments where there's a sudden animation that wasn't there from the beginning, for emphasis. And so that's why I'm a huge fan of this moment right here.
It's Jurassic Park co-star.
It's like no one's moving, and then suddenly life is brought into them. Kind of like time was stopped.
Dilophosaurus was in fact much larger than anything else in its ecosystem, multiple times larger than the animals it was hunting. At 6 meters in length, it was actually easily one of the largest land predators of its day. The most distinctive feature of Dilophosaurus are definitely its...
Something I just noticed. This has like a kind of like a swirl design. This one has like a frill design. So the crests are not don't have consistent designs, as far as they're specific to the individual. They're identifiers. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. So he actually went through, he didn't just make it bigger or add a few scars here. He went through and changed different aspects to make them much more of like an identifier. That's wonderful, wonderful addition to that.
Namesake crests. But these iconic structures are surprisingly not very well known.
Ooh, yeah, and that's very good. Like, and that's something that, especially with what we do as far as paleomancy and stuff like that, I'm trying my best to pay attention to what doesn't fossilize well, so I know what I can play with. Like, even though it's not realistic and not entirely realistic, it's still something where we can play around with it more. So the fact that it can't, when it's not fossilized well, it means we can play with it more with our fantasy setting. We need like an audio clip that's for good stuff. yeah, it's just like, this is amazing. Maybe I'll edit this VOD early, see if I can find a good clip, because I've done nothing but raving about this dude for the last like 30 minutes. All right, sorry, I'll keep going.
The fossils we have are super fragmentary. We don't actually know their size or shape. In fact, the more I researched, the more surprised I was that I've never seen these crests reconstructed in more extravagant and speculative ways.
Yeah.
This is why I decided to cover these crests and feathers.
Yeah.
The keratin you often see in reconstructions. There are 3 different Dilophosaurus in the film, and their roles were written to mirror the 3 Scutellosaurus. We have the largest and the eldest, who is heavily scarred, just like the older brother. We have the second eldest, a female who remains home and out of the action for most of the film.
Okay, so it seems, because I was noticing the 2 of them had the same kind of like spiral kind of shape to their thing, and then this one had the frill. So the frill, the different designs were sex specific. It was male and female had different designs on their crests, which is very interesting as far as sexual dimorphism as well as sexual selection. Is very, for those that don't know what that any of that meant. Sexual dimorphism is, let's go watch Drake. Really, Marble just came in and just opened the door and then walked out. I don't know, like, it just she was like, no, I want to be able to hear you. Remind me to send you a picture in the Discord. Yeah, Marble, she's a stinker, but I think she doesn't like closed doors. But I'm trying to be like, I talk loud and voice travels, so I try to keep the door closed because my friend's roommate is also here. No, she's out. She's out of the room. And a little sleepy, and that's what I like her to be, a little sleepy, because when she's not a little sleepy, she wants attention. And guess what I can't do while I'm streaming? Well, granted, right now I probably could, but she's kind of like nappish at the moment. Anyway, sexual dimorphism is essentially the difference between female and male in a species. You can think of it similar to like spiders, where a female spider is huge compared to the male spider. It's things like that, where you have something really big and really small, or like anglerfish, and it's a similar matter. Actually, it's very common that the female is a lot bigger than the male in a lot of different species and a lot of different animals. And it's something that I love. Bingo board. Idealist flexes his science background. I don't do it as much as I should, honestly. But the and when it comes to fantasy, especially, like, it doesn't happen enough. It needs to happen more. I want to see big differences between the two sexes when it comes to fantasy creatures, because it's almost always just like, oh, the horn's a little different, and I'm like, I mean, I guess when it comes to like mammals, sure, except the exceptions for like the hyena, if you know, you know. But the point is like, so that's sexual dimorphism, and then sexual selection is things like, especially in birds, it's very prevalent, which then also gives inclination that sexual selection is very not similar, but could have been similar in dinosaurs because of the lineage. But it, like, you know how male birds are usually the more colorful ones because they're the ones presenting themselves and trying to be selected for a mate. So sexual selection is often either like fighting or presentation or dance, or in some birds construction, as far as the kind of like nests and stuff that they can build. Giant female harpies and tiny male harpies, perhaps. Yeah, exactly. Like something like that. Like that would be really interesting, because a lot of times, at least in fantasy, which is, you know, I just long accepted it, but they just kind of slap boobs on it and they're just like, all right. Female, and it's like, do better. So if I fall down a similar rabbit hole where I'm sticking with there isn't nearly enough sexual dimorphism, call me out on it. I give you permission. Be like, hey, so I'm noticing a significant lack of variance between these two genders. You wanna talk about that? And I'm like, damn it, they're right. Why didn't I think of that? Anyway, just something I saw, thought it was interesting, wanted to go down my scientific rabbit hole, and this guy is definitely in a very similar scientific mindset, especially the way he does journals, dude. Are you kidding? Oh god.
Just right. Like the older sister. And finally, the main antagonist, Dilophosaurus, is the youngest, smallest, and least experienced of the three, mirroring our main Scutellosaurus character, both of which finish the film with lesson learning fresh wounds as well.
Yep. Not like getting clocked in the face by a giant tail.
With all of the big
peripherals
names out of the way now, I feel the need to discuss the weirder little critters of this film. The first of which I want to talk about is Ramphinian. Pterosaur.
Yeah.
This animal's exact phylogenetic placement is tricky because of how fragmentary the fossils are.
The way he animates is so clean, and like I wonder if one of his videos, if he really breaks down his animation, because it's so lifelike. Like there's slight movements here and there. Like it's not even mocap. It's or I guess he would look at like videos of real life animals that would be an approximation, etc. Like similar. I'll give this one to y'all for free. The inspirations that I'm going to get for Mama Dodo's animation once the live 2D model has been made, of like Idealist and Mama Dodo, etc. I'm looking at inspirations from like real life ducks. Like that's going to be more of the animation style about like them. That's the one that I'm looking at. So I'm going to be taking a lot of those in. I'm also going to look at other kind of birds, of course, but that's like when I think of Mama Dodo, cute Mama Dodo, I think akin to duck-like kind of mannerisms. Anyway, sorry, moving on.
I decided to reconstruct the animal closer to
Dimorphodon
than Rhamphorhynchus, which I think is fine for what we know of the animal so far. The next little critter I want to talk about, and the first animal we actually see in the film, is Eocecilia.
Such a goober.
Cecilians, for those of you who don't know, are a fascinating little group of worm-like, totally limbless, and mostly blind amphibians that are still alive today.
Limbless?
And are a fascinating little group of worm-like, totally limbless.
Totally limbless? What's this, my guy? What are these? Are they just look at them? Am I a joke to you? Well, I'm gonna have to make Mama Dodo. I'm not gonna have to, but if depending on the direction of the videos that I'm gonna go, depending if I'm gonna go 2D characterization or 3D characterization, like I believe I'm gonna have to make a 3D Mama Dodo model at some point. I think in general down the line, so that is something that I will do.
And mostly blind amphibians that are still alive today. Eocecilia is a super basal one, found in the Kayenta Formation that still has its tiny little legs.
Okay, alright. We just need to wait.
Next, we have some snails, which were unironically one of the most enjoyable creatures I've had to create for this whole series.
Really?
There's something genuinely wonderful about lovingly recreating an animal so regular.
Interesting.
And finally, in the film, we see the remains of a Scutellosaurus, multiple Cerosaurus, and a single Kayentasuchus.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Dragon. Just make sure that I don't forget for you, alright? I'll do my best to remember, but I get distracted. But I have fun with your friend tonight.
I really wanted to include one of the Kayenta Formation's crocodilomorphs in the film, but couldn't find an excuse to properly feature one within the confines of the story. Unfortunately, a small, simple Kayentasuchus skull cameo was all I could really squeeze in.
Sometimes you have to compromise yourself, my guy. Sometimes it'd be like that.
To the next segment,
Alright, see you, Dragon. Have fun.
If you want to support the Dinosauria series, please check out my Patreon.
Seriously though, guys, go to his Patreon. If you're liking anything, if I had income, I would be supporting this man. But like for real, this is so good. This is so good. And also just from a content creator perspective, like it's so hard to find a way to promote yourself in a healthy way that doesn't feel like it's making things awkward, that doesn't feel like you're trying to push things, which is why like a lot of times when in the beginning of videos or in the beginning of stream, when they get that stuff all out of the way, it feels like it's like, yeah, you just got to do what you got to do. But there's kind of like that groan on both sides, but you know, people need to make a living, so it's completely understandable as long as it's not egregious. But the way that he just dropped it here, like the transition here, hold on, let's see if we can kind of catch it.
Fortunately, a small, simple Kayentasuchus skull cameo was all I could really squeeze in. Before I move on to the next segment, I just wanted to say that if you...
He casually just puts it in between, like we are 13 minutes in this video. 13 out of 21. And he just was like, hey, by the way, before we move to the next one, if you can support me, that'd be great. Like you provided enough, he provided enough stuff in the, like, to feel satisfied that you're just like, yeah, no. Like you're not asking for something before giving something. He gave already so much good before this point, and then just casually brings it up and then just moves on. And I think I know I struggle with it. I need to find good ways to have that kind of transition. Granted, I don't think I would be able to do it via stream, because I don't think there's a way to have that happen organically. I mean, it happens occasionally, but for the most part, it's very difficult to do that. But that's part of the reasons why we're making our quote unquote own like commercials, etc. But just something, at least from a content creator perspective, I really admire this kind of, because I immediately was just like, if I had income, this call out would have brought me to his page and supported him, like straight up. And that when you have that urge, it's good as somebody in a similar field to kind of analyze like how did they get me to that point, so I can instill that into other people, so I can keep doing what I'm doing, right?
Want to support the Dinosauria series, please check out my Patreon page. Not only can you read the sketchbooks I've been showing off in this video, but I also post weekly updates on my progress and renders like the ones on screen right now. Thank you.
That's something I've also been doing lately, is putting weekly updates. I just haven't been very good at that. Sometimes I just don't get anything done.
I create these films using a mix of 2D and 3D animation. The environments are 2D elements which I paint in Photoshop,
yep.
And the characters are 3D models that I animate in Blender.
Right. He animates in Blender. Yes. I knew he animates in Blender, which is crazy, by the way. Not crazy, but just amazing, by the way. But I want to know how he gets the stylization with it. Watching the 20-minute video for an hour. First of all, how dare you call me out like that? Second of all, if you don't like my interruptions, watch the original video. Actually, watch the original video anyway. Just do it. Not right now. I know you're just poking fun.
People call my animation style cel-shaded, but that's not really correct. My 3D models actually aren't shaded at all. All the light you're seeing on this Dilophosaurus, for example, is fake. It's a texture which has been painted directly onto the skin. The great thing about this approach is that it blends these 3D models into the 2D backgrounds very well. The downside is that the lighting on these characters is totally fixed. I can't really relight a character without at least partially repainting it.
Interesting. I wonder if he uses, like, I want to know, he might actually say it, but I want to know if this is Substance Painter. For those that don't know, Substance Painter is the, like, industry standard when it comes to this kind of stuff, but it's super expensive. So I'm hoping he'll not say Substance Painter.
Light and shadow are key parts of this film's aesthetic, and to help combat this lighting limitation, I created multiple skin variants for each character. Each
shadow skin, light skin. Okay, I can see the slight variation here.
Character had at least a shadowed skin and a brighter skin. The shadowed skins were used for most of the film, and the brighter skins, which were more detailed, were used for select shots, mostly close-ups.
Oh, gotcha. Well, that checks out.
I think the most immediately striking thing about Hunted by Moonlight are its colours.
Very true. It is expensive, but you can do a one-time payment on Steam and get updates for a year. How much is it on Steam? One thing I wanted to mention, he may not be using Substance Painter. I believe you could just, he might be using, crap, what is that Blender thing where you draw directly on the object? It's a thing where you're doing 2D art in Blender on 3D objects. I forget the name of it. Grease pencil. Grease pencil. He might be using grease pencil in Blender. So he might be doing it in Blender. And if that's the case, if he's doing it directly in Blender, I need to look into it. I need to look into it more, dude.
I absolutely love playing with strong, heavily stylized, unnatural colours in my films, and the Dinosauria series is no stranger to this.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to take this a little bit further with Hunted by Moonlight, with its use of blues, purples, and pinks. These colours don't just add to the heightened reality fairy tale vibe, they also serve the story. This film is set at night in a spooky forest, and these blues and purples are cold and dark.
Mm-hmm.
The brightest parts of each scene are directly illuminated by the titular moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
The pinks in this film purposefully clash with this colour scheme.
One thing I did want to mention, sorry, Marble just opened the door again, is even watching it throughout, I never noticed how the lighting is painted directly on there. It doesn't move with the person or with the creature. It doesn't move. As it's moving across the shot, you would think there would be some kind of transition, but it's not. So I think that means that I can kind of chill out on the lighting a bit as far as reflection wise, because I didn't even notice it, at least from the first get-go. But now that it's pointed out, it's not something that needs to be there, right? All right, 1 second. I need to close the door again. Oh. I think she does her pacing between me and my friend's roommate, and it goes back and forth between us to like check on us. Very good dog. Anyway, but what you were saying, Ace, the Blender plugin that mimics Substance Painter, I might have to check that one out. I want to see if maybe it's better than Grease Pencil. If not, we'll see. And then 168 euros. That's not euros. I don't know what that is. I'm a filthy American, so I only know dollars. Those pounds. Thank you. I was like, I know more than that. But okay, all right. That's still pretty expensive, but I get it. We'll see. But it's not as expensive as Substance Painter, I'll tell you that much.
They're a little ugly, they're a little toxic, but it's where your eye is drawn to. These pinks represent anything and everything dangerous and alluring in the film.
Don't you dare, Foxy. Don't you dare.
The original soundtrack of this film was created by Ivan Dutch. And
Ivan Dutch.
Love this soundtrack.
It really is
incredible.
It's so
Ivan
good.
and I immediately agreed on exactly what sound this film should have from the very start. And what he created, I think, is the perfect blend of scary and unnerving, mixed with an utterly essential fairy tale, childlike wonder, innocence, and mischief.
I'm 100% everything you said. 100% agree. I was talking about it the whole damn time. How great the soundtrack was.
Ivan plans to make his own behind-the-scenes video on his channel covering exactly how he created the music for this film, which I will link below when it becomes available.
Sorry, I hit spacebar to stop and it turned off the thing. We're gonna have to watch that video, guys. If it's not out already, we're gonna have to watch that video. I want to know how he made it. I want to know how he made this soundtrack. I think, finding out how someone made something you love, I think, is one of the few joys in life.
Seriously encourage all of you to check Ivan's music out and support his wonderful work.
Spin the wheel. Which wheel? What wheel? But we're definitely gonna go and watch that video. Or wait, did I turn it off and it showed the wheel?
I like this film a lot. It has a strong and pleasant art style, the story is compelling, and the whole thing is paced very well. But the film is far from perfect, and I have two main problems with it. The first is how I portrayed the setting. I do love this tall, foreboding, dying woodland environment, and I think I chose it subconsciously.
Did y'all get the impression of dying woodland environment? I understood as far as it's a graveyard because the predators there go in and kill things. I didn't get the impression that the forest itself was dying. Interesting. Maybe that just missed me. And yeah, I would spin the wheel as long as someone donates at least $5 to the cause. Then I will spin the wheel. Otherwise, it's not happening.
The scary fairy tale vibe of the film.
I do agree it was fairy tale,
this
though.
isn't really what the Kayenta formation would have been like. The film is actually set in a forest oasis in the middle of an arid desert, which you can see for a brief moment at the beginning in this environmental wide shot, but the rest of the film really doesn't portray that well at all. Instead, looking more like a temperate redwood forest.
Yeah, I agree.
The second thing that bothers me about this film is my portrayal of the Dilophosaurus.
What about it?
You see, I really enjoy portraying even the biggest and scariest carnivores in my films with a realistic amount of compassion. These were real animals who would have had violent moments and peaceful moments, but they weren't evil or malicious.
Right.
Some of my films, like A More Ancient Spring, even make a point of this, portraying the Gorgosaurus as a villain at the start of the film, but as the film progresses, the animal is then shown to be a necessary, healthy part of the ecosystem with reason behind its actions. However, for the purposes of Hunted by Moonlight and its very simple fairy tale structure, this type of nuance clashed with the concept.
Right, because it's a dark fairy tale. It's not meant to be like, it's like, oh, it's there. Sometimes a villain just needs to be a villain, right? Like, and I understand that it's like showing compassion as far as like there could be passion in predators, just like there could be cruelty in the herbivores, right? And I go get some pie. Tell me which one you're gonna get, by the way. But like there are going to be exceptions to that rule. There are going to be carnivores that are cruel and evil. That they play into the stereotype. That's just who they are. And it's not because of the stereotype of because they're a carnivore they have to do this way. It's like they just happen to align with the expectation at hand. So I think in this case is like I'm a big fan of showing a like against stereotypical assumptions when it comes to these kind of stuff, but especially in a dark fantasy folklore kind of vibe, I'm in agreement. It's like you can't make that happen. It's like that's not, you can't have the old witch who eats children suddenly have a change of heart at the end, because everyone rolls their eyes. Everyone collectively rolls their eyes at that. They're like, there's no effing way that this old witch that eats children suddenly is just like, actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't eat children after all. Thank you for showing me the light, children. Have a pie. Like, no, that's not how that's gonna work. And it's certainly not going to be a dark folklore kind of vibe. As soon as you do, it becomes more of like a Disney or Pixar movie, right? So it's, I understand his intentions, but this genre does not support that kind of deal unless you really want to take it down a different experimental route, or at least play it in a more creative space, right? But I'm in agreement that what he did with this story, it was the right way of going about it, because you need to have the monster in the woods. And that's what this was. Dilophosaurus was the monster in the woods.
For this film to work the way I wanted it to work, these Dilophosaurs had to be literal monsters, and had to be seen exclusively from the perspective of their prey. Against my better judgment, I kind of had to omit any moment of peace or compassion in these animals for the sake of the story.
I will disagree with him a little bit here. Because there are moments that I think would emphasize a little more. Maybe there were scenes that I just missed because I was talking, right? But more of those kind of scenes of the younger one, maybe more of like an act of desperation, more like feeling like you could tell that it's starting to starve a little bit, and it's going to do this more of an act of a need versus just to kill, or even the other direction of in the sense of like you see it playing with its food. You emphasize the cruelty of these creatures, and those are quote unquote downtime, right? That's kind of really showing this thing where you can use those soft moments to emphasize certain personality traits that you can do that would still emphasize this monster aesthetic. So in this case, like, have it more cruel. Because that's one thing that I am not necessarily seeing, is like these things are monsters, but they're not cruel. They're a force to be reckoned with, but they're not intentionally causing pain and destruction. Whereas, like, if you really want to go down that route and almost like have your cake and eat it too, where you're kind of giving more of an insight of how these things are behaving and how these things think, and they're not just hollow things of hunger. There are ways to go about it that isn't just compassion, right? There is also impact and introspection of how we can see how these things work, that just omitting any and all softer moments is a missed opportunity. See, like for me, I am one against complete removal of something just because it doesn't work out, and more to do with how can I take this moment that is something that I want to put in and kind of take it from a different perspective to emphasize the point I want to emphasize. So instead of a moment of them giving the animal the prey to their loved one, or feed their children, like oh, they're supporting their family. Instead, it could be literally like, instead of killing it, they like whip it around a little bit, throw it on the ground, watch it move a little, eat its like nip at its leg as it screams in pain, and then like keep on messing and playing with it and not killing it outright. That in of itself would show so much personality of like, oh, these things not only will kill you, they'll make you feel every moment of it, which adds to the terror, which adds to the fear of like what these things are and what they represent. So the fact that you didn't have any of that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I didn't feel like it was missing anything by the end of the thing by any means. I really, really enjoyed it, but that comment kind of rubbed me a little bit the wrong way about the not adding any of those quieter moments, because quiet doesn't mean comforting. Quiet doesn't always mean supporting or soft or comfortable. Quiet can be unnerving. I mean, I even mentioned it a few times before when the music stopped, and how that added to the tensity of that feeling. It emphasizes that moment so much more. The absence of something, or those quiet moments, can be used for your advantage in such interesting ways. So I'm kind of raising my head and like, I hope in the future they don't continue thinking that, and they're not willing to experiment utilizing softer moments to emphasize darker personality traits instead of only positive ones. All right, I'll get off my soapbox.
But other than those two relatively minor things, I actually really, really like this film. I came up with this concept almost 5 years ago, and it's really satisfying to see the idea finally realised.
Man,
I
can't
think
be me.
my absolute favourite thing about Hunted by Moonlight is just how unique it feels. As far as dinosaur media goes, I'm not sure anyone else has done a fairy tale horror story.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I'm usually super critical of my own work, but even now, after rewatching this film 20,000 times over the course of its production, it still feels really new and fresh to me.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm very proud of that.
He should be.
I'd say it's
He should
my
be proud.
favourite of the series if it weren't for the next film, Monsters Down Under, which
Ooh.
I think I'm starting to like a little bit more.
Let's go. Sneak peek. Look at them. Ooh,
Thank you all.
Oh, one thing. Hold on. I want to mention, as far as the stuff, the design here. For those that have no idea why I'm excited about this, this right here, granted, it would probably be a little bit inversed in what I'm thinking. Anyway, if you looked at it from above, this design would look exactly like the sand ripples on the bottom of the seabed. So it's camouflage from above. One of the things that was, I forget which like where I even heard it, was a lighter stomach that would make it so that looking from below would look like you're looking up into the water up top. So it's camouflage from the bottom, right?
Thank you all so much for watching. If you want to support me or support this series, please check out my Patreon page. I
Okay.
post frequent updates and renders over there, like the ones on screen right now, and for just $5, you can gain early access to my animated short films and even read through all my sketchbook work I've been showing off in this video. I just uploaded the second chunk of my Dinosauria Volume 2 sketchbook, and more will be added as the series goes on.
Hell yeah.
Super special thanks to all my top Patreon supporters scrolling by on screen
Look at
right
that.
now.
So good.
Without all of these people, gigantic animated projects like these would not be possible. So again, thank you.
So good, especially the sound background too. Really emphasized it. Anyway, apparently we've been doing this for like an hour and a half. So I really know how to spread out a video, don't I? All right. God, I really hope I don't become a React Andy. All right, we're gonna do a short ad break. I'm gonna pull up the other guy's channel, and I want to see how they made the music for the show because I really want to see it. So I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Stretch, drink some water, go to the bathroom. We'll start when y'all get back. See you in a bit. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I could find it. Oh, here it is. Ivan Dutch. Ivan Dutch YouTube. Am I spelling it wrong? Ivan Dutch. Ivan Dutch. Where? Island is just Sniper Wolf reaction. I hope not. I hope not. Okay, let's see here. YouTube.com/Ivan Dutch. Why can I not watch it? There you are. Where were you? Oh, it's not up yet. That's Terrible Lizards. That's a soundtrack. Storytellers, Raw. Yeah, it's not up yet. From what I can tell. At least not on the YouTube. Maybe it's on IvanDutch.com. Let's try that. IvanDutch.com. Let's do custom music for your world. Join Patreon to access exclusive music. Behind the music, creating the soundtrack for David's. No, it's not there yet, unfortunately. But it is unfortunate. I would have loved to have seen it. So that's something that I'm going to keep up. I'm going to try to keep up with. Try being the key word. And see, you know, just I want to see how it's made. So unfortunate. I really wanted to see how they made that music. Actually, one thing I did want to mention, at least on the charity side of things, one of the later ones goals that it unlocks is a music. We make a song together on stream. I thought that would be something that would be really fun that we can do together. Now, I'm not saying if we don't meet any of those, we would never do it, but I am saying that if we meet any of those, I have to do it. You know what I mean? All right, welcome. Unfortunately, the video's not up. I looked, did not find it. Idealist featuring chat, right? Exactly. And then I also mentioned that the charity stuff, one of the things is a music making stream. If we don't make the goals, Pumpkin becomes lost media. No. If anything, Pumpkin will just be there for, like, I imagine all of our future charity / Halloween celebration stuff is going to involve Pumpkin to a certain degree. definitely like either in new ways, or there'll be a second one, like another person that joins in the fray. But I don't think Pumpkin is going anywhere, especially since y'all love them so much. Like for the most part, even like the smaller ones that kind of get forgotten, I don't plan on ever really tossing, just like mentioning here and there. It won't just change to Christmas the second the clock's no, not at all. The Christmas stuff, like y'all, I don't think y'all, yeah, y'all saw my Christmas Mama Dodo. That was barely anything. When it comes to Christmas, it's very much, I'm not a Christmas guy all that much. It's kind of lost its charm to me. Halloween, it's where it's at. Everything else is kind of like, I mean, I get it. Wait, hold on. Let's have this going in the background. DM say be damned. That's fine. Christmas Spirits begins on November 18th. Changed my mind. Why 18th specifically? Why November 18th? Because I find that date oddly specific. But the thing is like, cover of all one for Christmas. It starts after Thanksgiving. Okay. Shit, is Thanksgiving the 17th? Have I always? I'd never have known that. I don't think I ever clocked that. Hold on. When is it? Oh wait, that should be out. Well, that's the wheel, but we'll be waiting next time to spin the wheel twice. All I want for Christmas is Mama Dodo. Me when I finally make a Mama Dodo plushie. Let's see here. Thanksgiving is 27th. Yeah, what is the 18th? Thanksgiving is American holiday. It is an American holiday. Not one that I enjoy celebrating, to be quite honest. But it is an excuse to eat a lot of food, and it's an excuse to see, well, I was gonna say, it's an excuse to see family if you are on good terms with your family. I, with the exception of my immediate family, am not really close to really any of them. But that's, that's my life, right? That's very different from y'all's situation. You mean it's a celebration of colonialism and gluttony? Yeah, you're kind of right. However, it would be funny to just play into it a little bit. Maybe have a summon that's really into eating, which would probably be Hell Pigs. Not gonna lie. It might be the Hell Pig basement or the Hell Pig cellar that we throw all of our banned individuals into. And before you ask, there are horses down there as well. That it feels right. Not all horses, just some horses. Not all of them, but some of them are down there. So is like 90% of American holidays. No. Christmas isn't about colonialism and gluttony. Christmas is about capitalism and giving. But it's getting more and more towards capitalism. And that's the part where I've just kind of fallen off Christmas for. It's just kind of like, I mean, it's a lot bigger of a deal. Christmas is a lot bigger of a deal if you do not have a steady income to just get things that you want or need. Because I'm not a spender. I'm really not a spender. I sit on my money usually. And so, but like the few things that I do want, I can then afford because I don't spend a lot of money on stuff. So then when Christmas comes around, I'm like, there isn't really anything that I want that's like affordable. So I don't know. Christmas is an American holiday. Isn't everybody holiday? I know. But as far as like American holidays, 4th of July would also be colonialism and gluttony. I'm trying to think of America specific ones. Martha King I definitely said the right Why can't I think? Why is the name escaping me? Hold on. Here we go. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Oh gosh, dude. I kept on saying Martha, and my brain could not separate it. And I was like, why am I saying Martha? It's not Martha. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, Juneteenth. Juneteenth is huge. Jesus, Foxy. Where's that bonk? We need a bonk emote. Damn. Martha? Maybe it's because I'm looking at Martha, or we were Martha. But yeah, Juneteenth definitely isn't, but it's also not something that's celebrated everywhere, unfortunately. I'm trying to think of Columbus Day. Do y'all get Labor Day? Is that a world thing or is that an American thing? Is Labor Day an American thing? Because Labor Day is not, it's not colonialism or any of that stuff either. So I think really just the big two are Thanksgiving and July 4th. You are correct. But everything else, all the lighter ones, is not. But then again, name one country's like their version of 4th of July and it not be about colonialism and gluttony. I think it falls under every single person. It's not just America in that case. But America does have two, which is Thanksgiving and 4th of July. We do double dip. But you know what? If there was a country out there who wouldn't double dip, it would be the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what kind of voice that was. Ireland? Really? Ireland's a founding celebration holiday isn't colonialism / gluttony? Really? Are you sure? We were under British rule for like 800 years. So is yours more of a... I mean, technically 4th of July was our separation, right? If I'm understanding my... We were the one colonized? Well, you didn't say who was the one doing colonizing. You said it was about colonization. You didn't specify which one was doing the colonizing. Just saying. Read the fine print, Ratty. It's in the fine print. You didn't specify. So, nah. I'm an adult. I'm in my 30s. Don't act like it. 800 years ago, the Christians were happening. I mean, I get the point. I get it. Ratty did have a point. It's just I had a counterpoint. All right. So that was awesome. Dead sound. Hell yeah. In fact, you know what? Am I already subscribed? I better be on this account. I'm gonna be on the next one. Tell you that much. Tell you what. Excellent job. Good call. Who was the one who recommended that? Was that Dragon? Was that you, Ratty? Who was the one who recommended that? That was a good watch. And we killed like an hour and a half with it. Because I can't, you give me good animated, skilled, amazing people, and then also add dinosaurs in the mix. There's no effing way that I can't, like, just absolutely was fawn over it. That's a good word. There was a lot of words that came to my head. None of them were appropriate to say. And were definitely not the words I was going to say. Have you heard Untitled, Unfortunately? No, I have not. I know you asked me that, sorry. Hello, Evil Abraham Lincoln? Are you... Black Mask. Oh. Okay. Welcome. How are you doing? How are you doing on this fine day? We're just vibing and chilling. We just finished watching... what did we just finish watching? What the hell? What is wrong with me? I literally just said it. My brain is off today. That's all I gotta say. Well, we just finished watching an animated dinosaur stuff, and it took that. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you have a better day. Oh, no. I'm sorry, my guy. That's rough. That's rough. That's, you know, I believe, yeah, just treat yourself kindly and during your mourning process. But yeah. How long have you had them? What was their name? Tell me about them. And then know at the very least I carry that on. Their name and their story are carried on in others. At least it's one of the ways that people tend to cope with mourning, you know? They're a guinea pig. Aww. So cute. Guinea pigs are adorable. It was Benji. Oh, Benji, the guinea pig. Oh, that's so cute. Well, I'm sure that they were happy that you were there for them, you know? You can't send links in the Discord, Foxy. Twitch just eats them. They will just eat them. You'll need to send via Discord, probably. Let me Google it. Let me just Google it. Untitled, unfortunately. Oh, this is yours. Okay, this is you. This is your song. Yeah, I haven't gone through your music yet. I haven't gone through your album yet. Let's see. I need to. It's an entire album. Let me look at your whole thing. Oh, I see it. Wait, is the entire why is one of them 28 minutes long? What? Why do you have a 28-minute long one, Foxy? Is it because it's the longest name, like the longest word? Not word, but phobia? If I had to guess, it's the fear of long words, right? Or maybe a long things, and then you made a long video of it, which is funny. That's funny. What's kind of short? The 28-minute one? That ain't short. Do you need to be let out, Marble? How are you doing? How was your nap? Did I wake you? Oh, good girl. And then album in the Discord. Yeah. I need to watch it. Now. Oh, no. Now the lure's too low because I raised it for the comfy Mama Dodo. Okay. Do you need oh, you got the door? Go ahead. You good. You got the door. You got it. Good job. Okay, there we go. Now yeah, we're gonna move Mama Dodo back up. We're gonna just keep on moving Mama Dodo up and down and up and down. Oh man. Do we know if Look Outside has been updated for the thing yet? For Halloween? Let's see here. Look Outside. Looks like it has not. Oh, wait. No. August 27th was the last one that was out. Currently planned for Halloween, but no promises. Okay, gotcha. So they're still sitting on it. They're still sitting on it. Obviously, they're still working on it. But I mean, like, they haven't released it yet. That's fine. They could take all the time in the world, dude. It's funny, I always feel so much pressure of getting stuff out to you guys, like, as fast as possible and trying to stay consistent. But at the same damn time, is it just, like, I don't care how long it takes for someone who makes things that I love to make it. because what will happen is that I'll fill in my time with other things that I like, and then as soon as their thing comes out, I just move those aside and watch their stuff. Like, that's it. And I forget that that's how I treat things, and then I don't create the same way I consume, which is weird. It's weird. It's weird being a creator and a consumer at the same time, because it's like it's like it's almost like love languages, in that the way you receive love preferably is not the way you give love preferably. Y'all have any idea what I'm talking about? You use extra songs I made that weren't in the puzzle box standard and were too good to scrap. Crow, how have you been? It's been so long. How have you been, my guy? Good. We just finished watching Dead Sound, an amazing animator / sculptor / dinosaur stuff. It's great. Make one of the sound alerts just Jeremy from Smiling Friends. Smiling Friends is one of those shows that I haven't been able to get into. I just haven't. But it reminds me of like the Squidbilly age of like late night television, that it definitely is tapping into like that kind of market and that kind of like aesthetic and vibe. But like I've only seen really like clips, but I haven't gone through and watched it. But isn't there like a new isn't there like a new season coming out or something? Been uber busy. Our system completely shit the bed. No, what happened? Was it like an update thing that was, or like did someone put in the wrong code? What happened? That's rough. I remember the ones that whenever we had issues, it was always like they tried to put out a new program for everyone to use at the same time, but it wasn't made well, so we were forced to make something that was like super janky. or it's a software that is older than I am, and I'm super old, and it's like functioning on like Windows 96 software that somehow is still functioning, but by a thread, and it's only those two. Oh gosh, the new season's already out. I have seen the sound clips where it's just like, yeah, I'll be right there. I'll be there right in a sec, and it's just like, we are so fucked. I have been seeing that sound clip around, and it has a lot of potential. That one's really funny. It's very good. We had to update from 97. Oh, did you go to Windows 11? Please don't tell me you went to Windows 11. I've heard so many bad things about that. I'm not looking forward to see how it breaks everything that I own. Because that's
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues.
Oh, there's a new Fiona's Cake season coming out? Man, how many seasons have I missed? I assume they stopped. Granted, I also haven't seen the new Futurama seasons that come out recently. And I've heard they're also good. But yeah, Linux, okay, good. Well, I also understand going from Windows 97 to Linux, a completely different operating system, would break a few things. So you have your work cut out for you, Crow. Really. Then treat yourself if you haven't already. You deserve a little treat. All right. It's so bad I upgraded to the friend did it for me, and I'm not tech savvy. Really? I wonder if I should upgrade to Linux then. Because the thing is, oh, honestly, I need that move your legs. Thanks, evil Abraham Lincoln. I need to shut the door for Marvel anyway. For those that don't know, I'm currently dog sitting for a friend, so I have like a temporary setup in the room. And so I'm dog sitting a mutt named Marble, who is a very cute, very loud mix between German Shepherd, Husky, and a few other breeds in there. And she is a gremlin. But she forces people to love her. Because it's like, damn, I love this dog, but why? This is some level of Stockholm Syndrome that I'm not used to. Oh man, it's still not fully. One episode has been released earlier this week. It's so good. Also, Fiona is literally an anime harem protagonist. Is it reverse harem or? That's really funny. Also, my goat, Huntress Wizard, gets screen time. Let's go, Huntress Wizard! Maybe I wasn't paying attention enough, but I thought the Huntress Wizard and Finn's relationship came out of left field. I really did. All right, I'll lube my legs again. All right. Ugh. But what I'm sitting on right now is a blanket on top of a pillow on top of my suitcase. So I'm like shrimping it hard. But by the time we're doing our 24-hour stream, by the way, for those that don't know, or may not remember, last year we did a 24-hour Halloween stream on Halloween. That's happening again this year. So just a heads up. I'm planning on, I'm doing a poll now on Discord as far as whether it should be on Friday on Halloween or the Saturday right after, but keep an eye out for that. At this point, I'm just going to keep moving my legs. From retrograde to hopefully solid ground. Hopefully. In the original series, she's got like 3 episodes. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like there wasn't a whole lot of her, but I did enjoy her. I did enjoy seeing her. It was definitely interesting. And it's definitely I honestly miss that era of cartoons. Y'all who like grew up with those being those cartoons that you watched, I wouldn't say spoiled, but you ate good, because not only was Adventure Time happening, but Gravity Falls was happening, and Gumball was happening, and like all that other good stuff was happening around the same time, as far as like that kind of stuff. My God, how many channel points do you have? Oh God. Oh no. Well, I'll do those squats at the next ad break. It was the golden age of cartoons. It really was. Like even the cartoons that I grew up with, which were like Dexter's Laboratory, Magic School Bus, Eddie, like that kind of stuff. Like compared to that, it doesn't come. It's those are better. Those are better. Like sure, they get nostalgia points, whatever. But like, like it's good. They were really, really good, especially Gravity Falls, dude. I think I've seen that full series like 3 times. Powerpuff Girls were so good. They really were. And funny enough, you'll see this in one of the lore vids. One of the followers for one of the gods are inspired by one of the people in Powerpuff Girls. You'll be able to know. You'll know. It's recognizable almost immediately. You'll get it. I feel like Dexter exploded the total number of scientists. Well, as a fellow scientist, I can't disagree. Between Bill Nye the Science Guy, Dexter's Laboratory, and Magic School Bus, did I even have a snowball chance in hell to not be a scientist? like, come on. There's no way. It's impossible. Dexter's sister, which was such a petty when I was 6. You can't say that, Foxy. You can't say that. What are you talking about? When I was 6, I wasn't paying attention to that. I saw. No need to tell me what to do, my guy. Chill. Those redeems aren't immediate. They're not immediately like, hey. You do this right now. It's I'm gonna do it on the ad break. I don't wanna interrupt it. Exactly. You're gonna get it done. You're gonna get it done. It ain't happening now. Chill. Ugh. But you're stretched the move the leg stuff. That I can actually do at the same time. I can't talk and do squats at the same time. That's impossible. Well, especially at this current setup. I don't got room for squats and talk at the same time. I'm gonna have to move. I ain't moving the suitcase, tell you that much. When I was 6, I was unscrewing vents because my folks left tools unattended. Damn. Do you have an inclination towards engineering by any chance? Like, did you like break things down and put them back together as well? I probably would have been a lot more if they left tools around. 6, 8 sands. When I was 6, I have no idea what I was doing at 6 years old. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I have no idea. Most of my like pre 10 years old is nothing but like nothing. but all I know is that when I was a baby, I ate mushrooms out of a sandbox. We did a time capsule we didn't take out of because we moved out of the house before it was time. I was haunted by consistent and frequent nightmares where I was dying most of my childhood. You know, normal childhood stuff. This is gym class boy. Apparently, I'm gonna have a lot to catch up with. I have no memories from before 2008. I don't remember shit from before then. Yeah, I also screwed my door hinges. Man, locking you in your room for being bad must have been like the worst for them, because it's just like, cool, yeah, no, I'll go to my room. Have fun putting everything back together, though. What an interesting way. What an interesting way to go about things, in the sense of like of a anti-punishment tech of just being like, yeah, you could send me to my room, but I'll break everything down like foundationally, and you will have to put it back together. It's really good. Let's not have me do 100 squats. Let's not do that. Yeah? Atom by atom. You accidentally split an atom. Oh my gosh. That is funny. See, all my creative breakdowns were Bionicle centric. Was Lego and Bionicle centric of putting things together. I was much more interested in making things than I was breaking things down. Proton by proton, neutron by neutron. Accidentally make radioactive decay. 2 squats, moving your legs 2 times, and some push-ups. You got it. You got it, evil Abraham Lincoln. Sir, yes, sir. All right. Honestly, I could just knock it out right now. Why not? You can hear me from the distance. Hear me from the distance. All right, here we go. Oh, my bones crack. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll do an extra one. Boom, boom. All right. Okay. Push-ups. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. See? Done. Donezo. Boom. Oh, so far I didn't even get Lego or even Duplo. I had Legos were the toys of my childhood. Yeah. Yeah. Bionicle, too late. I was like 11. I want to say I was like 7, 8, something like that. I used to play with these magnet toys, and I think I ate a rusty ball and got sent to the hospital. No way. That sucks. Oh my gosh. I mean, if I swallowed a magnet, like anyone who swallows a magnet, that is definitely hospital level. Oh man. But yeah, no, Bionicles were huge. In fact, I had a friend at the time who he was able, I don't know how he was able to do it. He never followed the instruction booklet. He just looked at the front of the container and just put it together. He just put it together correctly from just the image of the front. And I was like, how can you do that? That's crazy. Oh, so you're one of them. He ended up being going into construction, by the way. So if you're looking for a different way to go, your bionicle ability to just make things from looking at it, know that might be an option for you. So yeah, no, for me, it's, I mean, I if I really tried, I might have been able to do it, but like, that is not a instinctual get off the rip. Uber strong mental image? I guess so. Damn. You really hold on to that really well. Well, let me ask this: was organic chemistry your strongest suit, Crow? Because that's where your mental image becomes like highly important. At least it was for me. I excelled in organic chem because of my ability to retain mental stuff, or the flexibility of rotating things mentally. I tried doing tried putting a coin in my mouth and accidentally swallowed it. Oh no. So did it finish its route, or did you throw it back up? Because that's which direction did it finish? I hope the answer isn't it's still there, or who knows. Like never showed up. Because I think it would be really funny. You're just on the toilet and then you hear the plink. Like pling. Is it like hitting the toilet? I think that's kind of funny. But that would be rough, don't get me wrong. And how big of the coin are we talking? You say coin. How big of the coin are we talking? Is it a penny? Is it a $50? Like, what are we? It's still there? I don't think it's still there, guy. I think he might have pooped it without realizing. I don't think it's still there. Unless this happened like yesterday. They showed me an atomic structure and I saw like 7 different chemicals. Yeah. It's been there since 6 years old. Have you checked? Have you gone to the hospital and been like, oh yeah, ignore, you got like an x-ray and they're just like, oh, ignore that. That's just my lower intestinal penny that's just stuck in your appendix. Like, how do you know? Besides the lack of penny, I don't know if you sifted through your stool. Something tells me the answer is no. 4 of them totally weren't toxic or unstable. Totally wasn't toxic or unstable. Totally not. Oh my gosh. Boy, that's funny. Well, no, I want to say organic. I know I was one of the top in the final exam because organic chem was weird because like the final exam for organic chem is like state-based where I live. So it was one of those things where they like you are rated according to your peers on like a statewide level or something, and I did really well. But we also had like the teacher made us have like these kits that are like that actually have like 3-dimension, like we could put things together. They're kind of like Legos, but like adults, for adults, and also like $100, so probably the same amount as Legos at this point. Melting plastic to synthetic gasoline was fun. I wish we did that. I really do wish we did that, because that sounds like fun. To be able to turn one thing, like I've been seeing like the YouTube videos starting to pop up on my feed, probably because my phone's listening to me, and it's like It's about like, I'm gonna turn this bat wing into cotton candy flavored bubble gum or something. Like, it's always some kind of weird thing into another thing. I wasn't supposed to. How did you accidentally make synthetic gasoline, Crow? Are you an evil scientist? Is that how you're telling me you're an evil scientist? By accidentally making synthetic gasoline in an organic chem? Because if so, that's wild. Oh man. But I really did like, especially lab. So for organic chemistry, for people who are just like, oh, that might be fun, it's definitely not for everybody. For me, it went really well with me because I have I do have a strong ability to do mental image, but I guess I have difficulty as far as seeing the individual parts and how they make up that thing. So details get fuzzy, but basic structure I'm able to manipulate. But I think a lot of people just really struggle with that class because it's a lot more structure based versus like not math, like kind of like math based, you know. Close all Excel sheets and I'll donate $1. Don't you know that's on the wheel, Foxy? That's on the wheel. If you donate $5, you could land on it, and then I'm forced to completely close something. Just saying. I saw the bottle caps a completely different way from the rest of my class. Focus on joints. I found it 10 times easier. Once you know how it can kind of like move and like how it shifts with different bonds and stuff, like I think that's where the magic is. What do you talk? You really are evil, Abraham Lincoln. Like, damn. Wouldn't recommend admitting to a war crime though. Wait, what is mustard gas anyway? I'm not gonna Google it. In fact, don't tell me. That was a question without a need for an answer. That was me just voicing my thoughts out loud. I'm like, how would that even work? But I don't need to know. I don't think anyone should know. Really? Let's avoid it. One time when I was a little kid, I swallowed a Lego brick. I never saw it again. Yeah, I probably traveled through. It probably went all the way through. I mean, that's what happens with most things that you eat. At least how it should do is it finishes its route, and that's it. You're good to go. You can make mustard gas mixing chlorine and that's what it is. I thought it was given. I thought that was just chlorine gas. I could have been. I guess I was wrong with that. Yeah, I do know about those too. Yeah. No. Maybe I'm thinking chlorine and bleach. Maybe it's bleach ammonia. Maybe it's the same thing. I might be thinking the same thing. Anyway, yeah. So don't do that. It's very bad and very bad. You know, the two things. Very bad squared. I remember there was one point where I wanted to make a book about different chemicals and things like that. It's just kind of like an all-encompassing chemistry book of how chemicals react to each other in like an interesting kind of like digestible format. I don't know what happened. Oh, I know what happened. I lost my contract job and got depressed. Yeah, that did it. Didn't someone actually stick Lego bricks in their nose and 20 years ago they finally came out? Something like that. Listen, people stick way too many things up areas they shouldn't be doing that with. So like, I don't envy any health professional, because I imagine like the amount of times you have somebody who's just like, what do you mean I shouldn't have stuck an eggplant up my nose? And it's like, well, I feel like I shouldn't have to tell you this, but you shouldn't be putting things up your nose. Make toxic gas that can burn lungs, probably kill someone, so you shouldn't do that to them. Especially, listen, anyone, do not. Yeah, I had to tell my school to remove one of their cleaner solutions because it kept mixing with another one and made puffs of mustard. Yeah. that's always fun to come across when you're just like when you get any kind of like health and environmental training on a job site, and it's just like, hey, we shouldn't be putting these two together, just saying. In fact, there was a house that I lived next to. It was one of our neighbors, and there was an, oh, you know what, we'll do the story time. So when I was growing up, this was back when I lived in Colorado, and we had a little dog named Oreo. He was a little Shih Tzu Lhasa. Not really. Storyteller definitely on the bingo. We had a Shih Tzu Lhasa mix. Very small dog. Known not to be very loud or barking. One night, Oreo is going crazy. He is barking. He's running around, freaking out, and then my mom woke up being like, what the hell, why is he freaking out? And she saw on the opposite, like the front neighbor across the street, from their reflection on their windows, she saw a blaze of fire, an intense giant ball of fire. So she, knowing that we were also in that reflection, freaked out and got everyone up. We looked outside the windows, and it turned out that one of my neighbors' houses had caught fire, and it caught the tree that's between, like, imagine like a 2x2 grid. We were on the bottom left, they were on the top right, and in the middle of all four is this like 40-foot tree that is just on fire. And it's like, the ash cloud that spewed off of it was so big, it was raining ash a mile away downwind. And unfortunately, there was a very windy night that this happened. And so my parents got up, we got everyone out the door, and we went across the street to the neighbor's house as we called the fire department. And my dad sprayed down the house with the hose in hopes to make sure that any embers that fell from the fire wouldn't then ignite our house. And then the top left house then also caught fire from everything that's happening. And eventually it took, no joke, the fire department like an hour and a half to get there. And the fire department was 5 minutes away. I still don't know to this day why it took them so long to get there. But eventually they got there, and they sprayed down the tree and the house, etc. But the reason that this even is like linked to what we were talking about is what caused the fire was two chemicals coming into contact in their garage. I don't know which ones, but two of them got together, ignited, and lit everything on fire. And then their dog smelled the smoke and got them out of the house before they got caught in it. So dogs for the win, by the way, when it comes to fires, for real. Like, as far as I'm aware, nobody got hurt. Like, everyone was fine. Just a lot of just like damage to the homes. So be really careful how you stored your chemicals, because it really can be very, very problematic. I'm scared I might just fall asleep and forget about everything else. Dogs have like top 5 noses all time. Yeah. Dogs are really, really useful when it comes to like chemical related stuff. Just in general, their chemoreceptors on their noses are pristine chemoreceptors. Which is also a little side fact for y'all, especially when talking about noses. If anyone is just like, if there was a sense for you to lose, which one would you lose? Choose taste above smell, because most of the things you taste come from smell. I think it's like 75-25, something like that. So like, taste buds do what they're supposed to do, don't get me wrong, but like, I mean, y'all know what I'm talking about. As soon as you have a stuffy nose because you're sick, everything tastes like absolute nothing. Sadly, my colleagues had all the fun chemicals from you specifically. It's like, why are they hiding it from you, Crow? What have you done? I want to lose all common sense of bam easy. What's easy? For my group? Oh. Are you the problematic group, Crow? You can tell me. You can tell me if you're the problematic group. Yeah, no. When it comes to access to, when you work in a lab, you get access to so many chemicals that you're just like, I should not have access to this. It's like there should be no reason I should have access to this, and it's just like in a cabinet. And I'm like, oh well, all right, well, if I had ill intentions, damn. But especially because I worked at a pharmaceutical company, right? So like we had access to a lot of stuff. I'm not going to go into detail, but we had access to a lot. And when you're looking, especially like the amount of acids you have interacted with too is kind of crazy. Once I saw a piece of uranium, I wanted to lick it. You would have regretted it. You would have lost a lot. Well, there may or may not be a mark where a hole was. Really interesting. So what combination of things were like hypothetically combined to make such a hole? Yeah, I'm also curious. How big was this hole? Was it big? Because like depending how big this is, I have some questions. Like, are we mixing water with pure potassium here, or was this like a thermite reaction kind of deal, where you're like just like borderline alien acid through the ground? Okay, so considerable, considerable. 3 inches by 5 inches long. Oh, that's pretty big. That's a pretty big hole. Damn, yeah, I could see why they're holding back on you a bit. Once I put pure lithium sheets into water and nearly got exploded. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing with that? I remember one time, a guy, their apartment complex was really, really screwing them over. Like, they're very corrupt. Very greedy. And so one of the things he did in order to push things forward is that he threatened to throw a lithium battery into their pool. Let's say things moved really quickly after that. I've been trying to understand most of the comments. I'm too dumb for it. Don't worry about it, Star. It's mostly science/chemical stuff. Just know that you need to be safe with chemicals. You need to always be safe with chemicals. It could go very badly very quickly. So you're good. Also, don't put water on a grease fire. I wanted to hear sulfuric acid hiss at me, and it broke my container. Well, wait, it ate through glass? Was it heat? Was it exothermic? Lithium, water, big ass boom. Same with potassium with water, by the way. Pure potassium. I think the biggest one is cesium? What is the family? Hold on. I know it's the entire column down. The further down you go, the bigger the explosion with water. Which by the way, just putting it out there, do not mix any of these with water. Safety alert. Boo, 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 boo. If you are going about it, make sure that it's A, legal, and B, you have safety precautions. Let's see, periodic table. Luckily, I didn't have to memorize this. I mean, I probably did have to memorize it, but I don't have it anymore. Let's see. Potassium. Pressure boom. It was sealed. Gotcha. Also, pro tip: don't blow on any kind of fire. I got the proof to check it out. Oh, did your facial hair get singed or something? Freshman batch. When I was 6, I used to capture random worms, put them in a plastic bag with some dirt, and after a week, I would just throw the worm in the big ass leaf pile in my backyard. I also had a worm. I got a worm from my backyard. I mean, for worms, I don't know if worms need a whole lot of air in order to work. Were they dead by the time you put them back out? If so, that's kind of messed up. But because like I had a garden growing up, so I remember getting one of those worms, and I wanted to keep it. I wanted to keep it as a pet, and I named him Wormy. And my mom made me put him back into the garden, and I cried. Yeah, it was mine. It was mine. Where is potassium on this damn list? There, that's sodium. Where is my K? There it is. Okay, yeah, it's everything on the left. It's everything on the left here. Hold on. Where is my satisfaction? Here it is. Everything over here. It was here, and I think cesium was the biggest one before you get into like radioactive stuff. Like it was like anything here reacting with water caused something to happen, and then potassium was like the bigger one. I think cesium is like you get potassium the bigger one before you get to like really expensive stuff. But yeah, definitely don't do that. Did you forget the oxygen to mass ratio? I think I did, yeah. Once I told some kids that worms tasted like pizza, and they 100% believed me. I think they actually ate one. So you just hated other children. I'm not allowed to have pet fish. I already told about my fish story. I'm not going to say it again. Cesium is radioactive? Is cesium radioactive? I thought cesium wasn't. I know francium is. Maybe it is. You might be right. What about rubidium then? Well, I know they were handling it very carefully. I just assumed because it reacted violently with water. So maybe it was also because it was radioactive. My parents always forced me to throw the worms back. Well, I mean, yeah, you didn't put air holes in the bags. I think I killed like 20 of them. Oh no! Did you keep overfeeding them? Like what happened? There's like radioactive isotopes that are used in radiation stuff. Got you. Oh no. Oh no. I would forget to feed them. Oh, so okay. It's usually one or the other. It's either you forget to feed or you feed too much. Like it's one or the other. What? There's like radioactive isotopes that are used in radiation stuff. You think you killed 20 kids? What do you mean, Foxy? What do you mean? I'm like scrolling up now like, what? What did you just admit to? Most of them were from a carnival. I know, but that doesn't mean their lives are worth any less. You know what I mean? It's a granted, you were probably super young, so you didn't quite understand what you were doing, but you know, taking care of a life is an important responsibility. They die fast. Well, anything dies fast if you don't feed them, Star. Everyone does. You would be surprised how many things if you don't feed it or water. Smile. Smile guys, we're gonna be on the Netflix documentary in a couple years, right? Darwinism? Okay. Well, I guess when I think about it, I was gonna say, give me one example where starving something wouldn't kill it. But then I think of things like cacti that are like designed to only like bring in nutrients like once a year. And I'm like, well, actually, if I don't feed my kids, they die. If you don't feed literally anything, they will die. If they don't eat, they die. I guess technically the only exception would be like what your definition of feeding is, as far as like, you know, feeding. Like photosynthesis or chemosynthesis. Is it chemosynthesis? What is it? What's the one where they go off, they just feed off of just the chemical breakdown of volcanic vents or something. My cactus died because I forgot to water it. Really? That's honestly crazy, because usually people kill cactuses because they overwater it. No, I've been taking care of a peace lily for a while now, and luckily they're very dramatic. If I like when they're ready to be watered, they will let you know. What is the time I did feed them and they just died the next day? I think that might be overfeeding. I used to have plants I forgot to water for nearly 5 years. Oh, really? I said most of the time my speech takes is working. Gotcha. Fun fact, water-based life is made of water. Oh! You don't say. That's crazy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that water is involved in water-based life? Next thing you're going to tell me that carbon is in everything that's living currently. That would be crazy. That would be nuts. I'm not water-based, I'm Coke-based. Diet or regular? Fun fact, cats can drink any type of water. Their kidneys are strong enough to just filter it. I don't know about that. They might have really strong kidneys and they have good filter systems like a lot of animals do. But I don't know if any like if cats drank like radioactive runoff, are they still fine? You know what I mean? But that is cool that they have really strong kidneys. That is really neat. Like flavored, all that just to be defeated by chocolate. Wait, cats can't eat chocolate either? I know dogs. I know it's something in milk chocolate. I think dark chocolate was okay. Don't quote me on that. But it's what I hear. You hear about the mushroom we found that feeds off of radiation in Chernobyl? Yes, I did actually. I was actually really excited to hear about that. Because that's promising. And that gives another W in the mushroom column, which has a lot of F and W's. Most animals can't eat chocolate. Interesting. That is interesting. All right. Quick ad break. Mama Dodo let us know we're low on battery. Everyone, stretch, get some water, do what you need to do. I'll be back shortly. As well. I'm actually gonna run to the restroom real quick. Well, we're on this. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. Hopefully y'all's ads are over. Well, I mean, we still have like a minute and a half before some people are back, but Crow, if you can hear me, mushrooms are definitely like the Toyota Corollas of the world. They just keep going. As long as they're somewhat functioning, like damn. I want to go to the Chernobyl and then snipe that one Russian guy in the arm. What Russian guy? What are you talking? That means I fell asleep. Okay, fall asleep, my guy. Honestly, I've long gotten over the idea of like y'all telling me you fell asleep being like a bad thing. I always took it as this is a nice stream and you feel nice and chill and relaxed and you just pass out. So, by all means, I do not mind in the slightest. I used to think it was because I was boring. And I was like, I guess I'll try to be more entertaining. But I luckily got over that mentality. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm really excited for this 24-hour stream coming up. Everyone's eepy until the mushrooms evolve, and then everyone's super eepy because the mushroom spores cause fatigue. Listen, any future now that involves mushrooms will forever be tainted by the what Last of Us has done to us as a culture. All right, we've introduced cordyceps into everyone's brains as far as like a thing that happens. So there's no way it's gonna be positive. There's no way. My sleep schedule is actually pretty organized while with an organization. One day I sleep for 3 hours, and the next day at least 6 hours, and then back to 3. Really? Interesting. I feel like 3 and 6 are still not enough for you, but you know what? Do you. You do you. Everything will be crab or mushroom. I'm gonna say crab. I'm gonna say crab, and also both. There is a parasitic fungus, I believe it's a fungus, I could be wrong, that infects crabs specifically, and it turns them female. It changes their gender. Wild, right? It's real. Look it up. It's a real thing. It's nuts. I owned a book that went into detail about parasites because I find them really, really, really fascinating, especially toxoplasma and how it can infect humans, and that's what causes the crazy cat lady syndrome. I would kill to study them. Right? Oh, so interesting. It is very, very interesting. They made a goddamn crayon tray. Right? Pretty much. I mean, technically, if they were already female, then they would stay female. It doesn't turn the females males. It doesn't auto switch. It's just they are turned female. They're gonna be female by the end of it, one way or another. But I forget if they are the mediary or if they are the target species. And for those that have no idea what I'm talking about, when it comes to parasites, it usually is a life cycle that involves multiple different organisms where you essentially use one species to kind of get to a different species, and then it just kind of loops. So like toxoplasma, for example, is supposed to go into cats, so it manipulates mice to like cat urine. So then they go towards cats instead of away from them. The mouse gets eaten, and then it infects the cat's brain, and then it comes out with, I think the toxoplasma comes out of cat poop, I want to say. Yeah, it was cat poop, because how people can get it is from cleaning cat poop from the sandbox. So humans being affected by it is kind of like an accidental thing where they don't have a way to get out of a human, so they just kind of stick around, and then it usually doesn't do anything unless you have a compromised immune system where it gets into your brain, and then it kind of like gets out of control from there. Fun fact: male seahorses give birth and not the female, impregnate at its finest. Yeah, I think yeah. You don't mess with the ocean. You do not mess with the ocean. I don't even want to mention the isopod that eats out the fish tongue, which is a wild thing, by the way. But like I even did like in ecology class, I did a whole thing about parasitoid wasps in the relationships that happen between them. So I when it comes to parasites, I am what's the word I'm looking for? It was like morbid curiosity. It's like a morbid curiosity for me. I like knowing about things that I find disturbing and or creepy. I think it's, if anything, it's kind of like a survival instinct kind of deal where it's like I need to know more about the things I'm afraid of. So luckily, I live in a place where parasites aren't really much of a thing. But instead we have allergies, and to be honest, I don't know which is worse. Last Hope Amin presents that very well. Amin presents that very well? That one I'm not sure what that one is. Aren't male clownfish supposed to turn into a female if they got no hose? That's really funny. I'm allowing that. It was blocked because of misogyny, by the way, Foxy. that one was blocked because of misogyny, and it was the hose. It marked the hose. If they can't find a female, they become female. Yes, if there are a handful of species that change gender depending on the influences of the surrounding environment. The parasitoid wasp, baby. I did a whole paper on that. It was very good. Not very good, but it was very interesting, especially the one that, because there's one parasitoid wasp with the emerald cockroach, and what it does is that they stab in a specific part of their brain, and it injects it full of chemicals where essentially they become zombified, aka non-reactive, and then they just slowly just kind of drag them to their nest where they plant eggs inside their body. And then you also have the one that infects caterpillars, which I think is the worst one, by the way. Of the list of the ones that I know of, that one's the most weirdly effed up. And that is, the caterpillar believes that the eggs of the wasps are its like its babies, so it will protect it as it's being eaten alive. It is, whoa. It's like they don't get farming equipment, like farming equipment. They do not. I was referring to the previous comment. Oh god. Oh, the parasite was last hope. I mean, very well. Gotcha. Sorry, Crow. I sometimes lose track of stuff because of the delay from the stream stuff. I wish I could plant ravioli so I could make ravioli tree. Honestly, a ravioli tree would slap. I would like a ravioli tree. I don't know what would be in the ravioli. What kind of meat that would be. Tree meat? As long as it's the same as, like, if it's just like a Chef Boyardee ravioli tree, which is honestly wild. Actually, if there was a ravioli plant, would it be a tree? Would it be a bush? Would it be like growing underground? Like, what form of growth do you think would be a ravioli? What kind of variation of plant are we talking? The parasites just to get at us. Yeah, no, let's just be happy there aren't any parasitoid humans, or I think that likes to do that to humans. True impossible meat, right? Honestly, like, that'd be fun. It's like, guys, you've been doing it all wrong. We need to make plants that make meat, and then there's no problem. Cornucopia. Hold on, which one's that one? I know what you're talking about, but I also don't know what you're talking about. Plenty of consisting of goat's horn overflowing with flowers, trees of corn. Okay. Yeah. Cue the meat berry project. Is that a real thing? Is that a thing? Meat berry project. This time we're using our massively improved biolab to give it a proper go and give a nice high quality meat leaf. What? Tissue recellularization. Decellularize a grape, grow animal cells on it, and make a meat berry. Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god. Making a meat berry? This machine grows living flesh, turning a grape into meat. Okay, so they basically remove the cells inside the structure compounds and then put meat within it. So they remove fruit flesh with meat flesh. Gotcha. The dealer search history is so weird, bro. Honestly, maybe I need to like show it at some point. But what I will say is, I would say about 70% of what I Google is just spell checking words. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all saw me yesterday play that typing game, that horror typing game where it's like a battle royale, but you type out things out. Y'all saw how bad I was at that. I make mistakes constantly typing, let alone spell things correctly. Oh gosh, that's funny. But yeah, no. I'm thinking as far as a ravioli plant would be. I'm trying to think like what would be a good. You know what? I'm going to say, I'm not, it might be because we were just talking about meat grapes. I'm going to say that I think a meat berry or a meat plant, fruit, etc. would be akin to grapes, where you would have like a bushel, like a off the same stem, a whole bunch of the ravioli that you can pick from and then just pop it in your mouth. I think that's an equivalent. I think that's how they would grow. Because I don't think they're big enough to be like a fruit. They would have to be like packed for it to be a fruit. Yeah, right? I think it would be kind of neat. Like, as far as like the texture of it, like it has an outer, like the outer shell, like quote unquote shell, is soft, but it still like protects the inside, similar to a grape in that aspect, where it's like you have this outer and inner. Granted, that's the case for all fruits. I don't think it would be underground. I don't think it's equivalent to like a carrot or a potato. It's not nearly long enough. Which then also comes into the conversation is, now I kind of want to think about all the different pastas and how they would grow if they were naturally grown. You know what I mean? Like spaghetti. Where would spaghetti be? Yeah, it definitely would need oxygen, 100%. Spaghetti? I think spaghetti would be like grass, so it would grow from the ground. And then you would cut it. No, it wouldn't be like grass. It would be like bamboo. Spaghetti would be vines. Ooh. Spaghetti will be vines. Hold on. I'm Googling list of pastas. Yes. Hold on. We found it. Yes. This was there was an old site that I went to that is just a list of pastas. And I ended up having, like, it was just really, really funny. It was like, yeah, it was like a list of all the pasta shapes. Where is it? I need to find it. List of pastas? No. All pasta shapes. Because what ended up happening is that, like, it gave like weird nicknames to each of them, and it was just such a good time. So that I want to do it again with y'all. Where is pasta share? Oh, hold on. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is it. If this isn't it, sharethepasta.com. I think this is it. Okay. We're doing something really dumb right now. Thank you for being here with me for this. Okay, cool. Welcome to Pasta Talk with Idealists. Where we're going to look at all the different kinds of pasta, and if they were grown in a plant-like fashion, where would they be grown in? Sunday Chill Day is such a wild day, dude. Not sponsored by Big Pasta. Pasta John. Akini di pipi. All right, let's start there. It's extremely small, round pasta shape. Okay, does this have the thing? I think it was like the did you know? It was like, Akini di pipi is one of the smallest types of pasta, but not at the smallest, which is credited to the smallest, pastina. It was like, there's something here that it was like so funny to go over. I don't know what it was. It was something really dumb. But to answer the question, these little guys, the little circles, what would that be? That one I would almost want to say like these are akin to seeds to me. For this to me would read like a plant seed, where it would like go on the ground and then it would make a new plant, but you could eat the seeds of the plant. Would be an equivalent. That's what I get from this. Rice, my opinion, yeah, kind of like I was also kind of thinking like rice, where it was like it would be on a plant end, and then you would like just kind of run your hand through it, and it would just kind of fall off in your hand. Alphabet pasta. It's like pasta, but with the alphabet. Okay, this one is interesting because these are highly structured. I would also say in this imaginary world where pasta grew like plants, that the alphabet came to be because they found this plant first, and then that's how the alphabet happened. All right, thanks for stopping by, Star. Have a good one. You're gonna miss all the pasta talk. Cut into letters like the alphabet, but as far as how it would do it, do we want to say like to the level of like, I kind of want to, not missing no, but unknown from Pokemon, where it's like this pasta shaped stuff just kind of are on, they like grow on runes and stuff like that, and they kind of like fill in the niches of what they grow into. So it's not only an alphabet pasta, but it grows into symbols of anything that's carved into walls. Like that's kind of where I'm going for, but that's kind of antagonistic what I said in the first place, which was like these happen first and then otherwise it would be the other way around. Hanging or something. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like wall vines, and then they just kind of grow into the grooves of what they are, and they just kind of use those grooves as a way to grow safely. That's kind of the direction that my mental space goes into. All right. And then we have Anili, which is just little rings. Anili lovers can celebrate December 11th, which is National Noodle Ring Day. Guys, put that on your calendar. National Noodle Ring Day, December 11th. Keep that in mind. The little rings. What you need to do is that if you find a little, a blue hedgehog in the wild, very, very fast, but if you manage to get them while, like, you don't need to hit them that hard. Like, if they run into anything, if they run into a tree, if they run into a bush, or if, like, you can tap them a little bit, they will spit out a bunch of these. It's true. Not really plant-based, but I thought it was funny. Invasive plant. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. Are you thinking kind of like parasitic in the sense of it living at what's the scientific term for like a mouth? Sphincter. Kind of like that? Or are you going in a completely different direction and I got a misread on that? You're like, no. Who said sphincter? What is this guy talking about? Yeah, no, I can see invasive. Because the thing about the circle aspect of it, like strangle vines. Whereas like it's kind of like I could see it choking. Things. Like now things can't grow because they have to grow through the ring, and the ring is restricting the growth and movement of it until it eventually like dies. Plus, with it being a circle, you have full contact with the surface of the thing you're trying to parasitize. Like it could be like the outside could be like camouflagey, so predators won't eat it, but the inside can be like proby, where it's able to get underneath the surface of the plants and things like that. I can see that. That's smart. I like it. Let's see here. Angel hair. Like, okay, angel hair. So the really, really thin ones. I think the really thin ones, I can't help but think similarly to like willow trees with the little strands that hang down. So I'm thinking more of those kind of like vines that hang down the trees, and then when you brush by them kind of deal, and then they just go like softly kind of like move aside. Or because angel hair is so thin and light that I feel like it wouldn't be able to stand up from the bottom, or like even in like sticking out from the side. I don't think is a no-go. I think gravity would take its toll really quickly. So that's where my money is willow tree vines hanging down. Yeah, they're also brittle. And that's also gives the reason why you would do the willow tree aspect, because then water travels down them, so they become soft and less brittle. So they become a lot more flexible, right? Wait, hold on. I feel like this is a stupid question. Does pasta get soft in regular room temp water, or only in like hot water? I've never tried to make soft pasta in room temp water before. I'm thinking no, right? It would just be wet. It's the heat that like breaks it down and makes it more, soft. As far as pasta, as far as cooking pasta, as far as making pasta from like hard pasta to soft pasta, I've always, of course, boiled the water, right? So if we have room temp water and we don't heat it, will the pasta get soft? I've never tried it. I don't know. That's why I said this might be just a really stupid question. This might be a really dumb question. Like, does the boiling of the pasta quicken things, or is it like it is a requirement to get past a certain like heat point before it softens? Right? I don't know. I kind of want to try it, but I also don't want to waste pasta. I guess it's not really wasting pasta. But at the same time... Never mind, we're moving on. We know where this is going. Bucatini. A straw-like pasta shaped like thick spaghetti, but is hollow in the center. Oh, it's hollow in the center. I looked it up, you're right. It would not cook, or it would not soften, or it would soften if it's in room temp. But yeah, hollow tube, no soften. Okay. All right, we learned something new today. You can never say that you never learned something new from Idealist Stream. A lot of times it's, I knew I shouldn't be here. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. But a hollow tube spaghetti kind of gives me the vibe of like a long, almost like a is it horsetail? Where it's like a long grass almost, where you have that hollow tube for things to go through. So there's a little bit of flexibility already in there. Stem of flowers. Yeah. That's kind of where my head's gonna go into. I'm thinking either long grass with like a flower at the end, or like shorter but heavier top, right? I wouldn't say as tall as like a sunflower or something, but akin to it. So I think we're on the same page with that. But what about this one? Calamorata. It's a tube-shaped pasta, resembles calamari rings. This one, I'm getting oceanic vibes. I don't know why. Like, I feel like this should be going with fish. Maybe because it's calamari. And there's a lot of like seafood mentioning here, so that might be influencing my creativity here. But I'm getting like you. What would be kind of interesting would be a symbiotic relationship where the outside of the shell was deterred, but the inside was like it could fit. Yeah, I'm thinking kind of like akin to seaweed, but I think it would be interesting because it looked like for me, I'm getting the vibe that it wants something to like be inside while being here. So I don't want to go down the route of parasitic again, even though I would like to. But so instead, I'm trying to go like more symbiotic, where a fish kind of swims in, gets stuck in here because it's thinner in the front. It's less in the front and thicker in the back. Maybe a filter. Ooh, a filter feeder. Ooh, kind of like a tube. What do they call them? It was like tube. What do they call them? Tube ocean animal. Where's the tube? Where's the tube one? Tube-like creature. Here we go. Pyrosome? Is it pyrosome? Maybe. I mean, I remember giant. Yeah, here it is. Here's a pyrosome colonies. Yeah, it was pyrosome, like this. And then you get this by chopping it up into different pieces, right? Like this isn't one into many different segments. This is a big giant one that's like cut into multiple parts, and then now you got a thing. Hell yeah. I'm not gonna know what I'm gonna put on the I'm just thinking, just like on the VOD for this stream, I'm like, what am I gonna put on the front? What is gonna be this video? We're talking about pasta animals. We saw a dinosaur animation video. Like I don't know, man. The pasta. Oh gosh. Actually, I know exactly what it would be. It would be one of the pasta, me picking up all the different pasta from all the different plants that we have going on. What is this? Campanelle? Campanelle is a gentle but sturdy shape, so it's like bell flower. So it's like shaped like a bell. Pasta resembles bells. Okay, so it's like a bell shaped. I think it would be kind of cool if it actually rang. I think it would be kind of cool if there was a little bit of like a dry piece of pasta that rattles inside of it, similar to like a rattlesnake rattle, where it, when the wind blows, it chimes a little, like not like bell, like it sees, yeah, exactly, like it, but and then the sound attracts herbivores that want to eat it, and then it like goes through the whole fruit reproduction nonsense, right? But then you can have like fields of these bell flowers or bell fruits that you could, as long as they live in like fields, like not forests, yeah, the poop cycle, right? And you can hear all the different tones of all the different bells as the wind are blowing through, and you can see animals just munching on these guys, and you'll just go through the whole process all over again. I think that might be my favorite one so far, to be honest. I think that's really cool. Have y'all ever had campanelli? I don't know, that's why I'm probably butchering it, but I've never had that before. Casa Friche. It's shaped like a loosely fit tube. Okay. So it's like a tube that one side has been cut. So it's kind of like a taco? Kinda? But like a long taco. No, actually more like a hot dog buns. You know what I mean? It's kind of like hot dog buns. Every single Italian just raises their pitchforks. Takes this pasta, this beautiful, amazing pasta, and I'm like, this is like hot dogs. As far as what this one would be, I don't know what would be an equivalent in nature to this kind of shape. Where it's kind of like cut like that. Because obviously it would be, if you were to flatten it out, and then it would just naturally want to roll up, right? Let's see here. Maybe this can give us something. Used to made with the traditional Italian bronze plates. Recommended for served al dente. Pasta is usually made for non-GMO ingredients. That gives me nothing. Short variety, great trout, new recipes, nothing. Okay. That gave me absolutely nothing. Oh. Ooh, actually, I have an idea. Cactus needles. It's similar to cactus needles in that it folds itself inward to preserve moisture loss, and then once it rains, it unfolds itself, so then it becomes leaf-like. But this is what it looks like when it's unfolded, right? And then water comes, and then it's able to really bring it all in, right? I like that one. Okay, we made it. We got it through. We got there. Kavatapi. Ooh, the spiral ones. All I'm seeing is the rabies virus. That's all I'm seeing is Spirilla. That's all I'm seeing when I see this. I need to get my head out of that. Italian food is cavatibi used in. Cavatibi caricana, cavatibi pomodoro. I knew those. That's good. Good thing I said it correctly. These seagrass, yeah. I was gonna say these give me seaweed adjacent, grow on the bottom of the ocean, just munched. They're spiral, so they have better surface area for collecting nutrients, and they're animals eat off of them. Like nothing super special from this. I'm getting. The only thing that I can think of that makes it special makes it infectious, so we're gonna just not move forward with it. Why did I have to do a rabies project in school? It's ruined me. Cavatelli. Okay. This gives me seashell vibes. What if little crabs, what if little crustaceans use these for their shells? And they use the seeds for shells, and then when they outgrow them and dispose of them, that's when it grows a new plant. Because that's the process, right? They find a hard shell. Crustaceans? Is that something? Crustaceans? Did I spell that wrong? Hold on. Crustaceans. Oh. Sorry. I thought you were telling me so. I was like, I don't know. Because I thought that was the word. I thought that was the word for that kind of crustacean. Oh, because it's pasta and crustaceans. I'm sorry. We've been live for like 3.5 hours. I apologize. But no, like I like this. I like the idea that there's a more synergistic relationship between shells and crustaceans, because currently the crustacean, the shell doesn't really get anything out of it. It just kind of is there and then is tossed away, right? There really isn't any benefit for the shell to be used and discarded. But if we make the shell a seed, where it essentially plays the same role, then when it's discarded farther away, thus much more likely for it to take root without competition. So that's exactly what these plants like and want. I'm going to be real with you. I did not think we'd be getting so many hitters off of this exercise. I did not think we would be coming up with this many like decent ideas from this, because this is actually like this, like a lot of this is kind of like interesting in a fun way of creating hypothetical food or like hypothetical just like animal interactions with this. Conchigli Jumbo. Is it lazy for me to just want to just make this the same as the last one but for bigger crustaceans? Is that too lazy? Is that bad? Okay, so we have the 3 different sizes too. We have the Conchiglet, the Conchigli, and then the Conchiglione. We have the 3. And then we also have, wait, this was one of them that was really funny. I remember this because it says there are 3 sizes, mini, medium, and large, but there's 4 sizes. We're seeing the 4 sides, and you're giving it the same name as the medium one. So which is it? Is it 4 or is it 3? And this isn't Jumbo. Who is Jumbo? Oh my gosh. I remember this one. I remember laughing at that. Okay. So this one, I kind of want to say that this is exactly that. It's the same as the previous ones, just different size. I don't. Okay, so so these. I had a hilarious theory that what if the alphabet pasta was used as an 8-ball? Ooh, that's interesting. Like there are like soothsayers and like fortune tellers that like take an alphabet plant and then they like grab like the whole plant and they just like roll it around their hand and like chicken bones, they just kind of let it release and it's like, my God, you're gonna die in 7 days. It's like, how did you get that from that? I don't understand. Or it's just like, what will the love of my life name be? And you're like, dude, and then they throw it and it's like, Susan. It's like, but I'm straight. It's like, yeah, that's Susan. I said it's Susan, so it's Susan. Oh my gosh, that would be really funny. That's so good. I love you're taking it an extra step on the cultural ramifications of these things existing in this world. Hell yeah. World builder mentality right there, baby. Even though these have different names, I think all these play a very similar part, that the shell-shaped ones are specific, like, you know how different plants evolve with different animals and things like that? I think this is one of those things where different seeds are for different species of crustaceans that use these for shells, some of them bigger than others. It's the same thing across all 4 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even though there's 4 right here, and even though they're listed as 3, hold on, I want to look to see if it does it. Yeah, all these have the same. Do all these have the same fact, even though they're all wrong? Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Hold on. Wait, there's... Okay. All right. I have concerns. I have concerns. First, this says Jumbo. This says mini, medium, and large of the Conchiglione. This theory crafting, but I got head out. All right, no, it's fine. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful seeing you again. Please stop by, however often you see fit. But you have a wonderful day, and hopefully I see you more often than I feel like it's like 1 every 6 months. But no pressure. I hope you have a good one, and try not to make any more holes in walls, okay? For me. They might trust you with chemicals again if you're. I think there's like a 1-year wait time. All right. So like, this is the part that I find really, really funny with this. So this is Jumbo, even though this is large, so that name is wrong. But granted, I think this might be just the generalized term, so that's true. So that's Jumbo, and then we have Jumbo, medium, and small. So there's no large. There's no large anywhere here, so I guess Jumbo is large? I guess? And then there's mini, which even the mini one isn't on this. Mini, medium, large. Okay, sorry. So the mini is in there. So Small isn't in there. So jumbo isn't jumbo, it's large. Then medium and mini. And then we have small. Now this one says there's 4 sizes. Oh my god. The rest of them apparently weren't updated. That's really funny. Oh my gosh, this one's 4 sizes. There's mini and small. Look. It even says mini, conjugate, small, nothing else. It just says small. There's not even like a different name for them. It's just small, dude. I don't know why I find it so funny. Oh my gosh, but it's so funny. I did this like 2 years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. I did this exact same thing I'm doing now, except I was paid for it. Gorbata. All right, let's check out Gorbata. That was enough of a laugh. Gorbata is a small version of Farfalle, known as Farfalline. Bow tie. So this is bow tie. Bow tie. I'm going to say this is another oceanic one. I feel like, hopefully, not too many of them are going to end up being that way. What I get from this is something akin to like something that floats into the currents, or floats with the currents of the ocean. So it's kind of like a plant that the seeds fall off during ocean currents and float. They like these like catch the currents and then like float off and then eventually settle back into the sand and then grow. So I think it's just that. I think it's just a pollinating. There we go. A pollinating plant that utilizes ocean currents to distribute their seeds. And then these are the seeds. Okay. Orchidoka. Corbata. Or how about Ditalini? This one I think is similar to that other one we were doing. I forgot the name of it, but it's like the giant tube in the water. This one I don't think it needs to be in the water. I think this could just be like a long grass from the ground that it's a very long version of this. So you take it and then you just chop it up into segments. And that's it. I'm slowly going back to grain, by the way. I'm realizing this, but stay with me here. What's regions Ditalini and their traditional dishes? Sicily. Good to know. Yes. I see. Egg noodle. Do we include egg in the lore? I say no. Are egg noodles exclusive to Italy? No, they could be found in many cultures. Good to know. Okay, so it's kind of like that. I want to say seaweed again. With it being flat and spirally. What would be good in the sense of just I'm trying to think of anything that's long and flat now that could already utilizes something similar besides seaweed. What if we do something like seaweed, but it's on land? What if we have fields of these things just blowing in the wind, but they catch the wind like that, and the spiral helps move the air through, and then it just kind of floats around similar to seaweed, but it's out in fields. Because I don't see this underwater. Actually, I kind of see it underwater, but I'm just tired of doing underwater. I don't know. I'm also trying to think of like Amazon stuff. I'm trying to think of parasite stuff. I'm not seeing any of these, even in like the gardens and the stuff in people's backyard. I don't know any flat spiraled food that we eat. I know the closest one would be seaweed. So maybe we'll have another version of this, and then I'll be like, oh, this is perfect. Why don't I think about this before? And then I'll change it. But for now, who knows? Elbow macaroni. This one we can't skimp on. Elbow macaroni is such like staple in so many different things. So like we need to make something decent of this. Elbow macaroni. I want to say what I'm kind of getting off of it in a weird way is like it kind of grows out from the bark. So it's almost like thorns. It's almost like thorns where it kind of sticks out and it prevents the ability to properly climb. Like it's kind of like a prevention for things to like, it's a way to keep animals away from the plant, right? We haven't really seen a whole lot of examples of deterrents being used for pasta that we've used so far. Or it could be the opposite. Or it could be the opposite, which is also an interesting theory, which is it makes footholds in the tree to make it easier to climb so that it could be properly pollinated by animals. So it aids in climbing ability. Because I'm thinking this part is like the parts that's cut off are attached to the tree. So you have this almost like hand rail like shape that's like attached to the tree. So then they use that so that animals can climb up a lot easier, whereas the bark of a tree isn't necessarily the best for climbing. Animals make do, but it's not like it's rough, but there aren't any like good spots to hold. So I think elbow macaroni are holdable, climbable things that are also detachable, so it doesn't harm the actual tree. So in order to harvest it, you have one of these the macaroni tree. You have a macaroni tree that you just scrape off the footholds, and then it like almost like the two sides. What ends up happening is that they both grow. Like this spot grows and this spot grows, and then they grow like into each other. So they meet in the middle and then they seal. Honestly, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. It's kind of a cool way of thinking about it. All right. What about there? And I like everything about it. Ooh, bow ties. Ooh, bow ties. I do not know. A bow tie. Plant bow tie. Almost. So here's something that I want to throw out a little bit. What if there was a plant that was symmetry? Same on both sides, where this part is sticking out of the ground and this part is in the ground. And the idea is that it's one of the few plants that protect its roots from underground predators or herbivores. So like it's very difficult to pull up because of the fact that it's so wide. But I think what would end up happening is that because the inside here is so small, they would just break it off. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because then if it gets broken off, it would just recover this, right? It would just recover this. I don't know. I feel like that would be a plant. If a plant did grow that way, it would struggle so hard because it would the top would constantly be broken off, and then it would constantly have to regrow. And then the roots are protected, but that also means there's less nutrients coming in. So like, a part of me likes it. Another part of me is just like, I don't know. Oh, what was those? Actually, what was those seeds? Like helicopter seeds? Yeah. Or let's see here. What does this thing say on my whole channel? Is it that? A seed from a maple tree. Dumb question. Grow into a tree. I really don't want to use the AI thing here. Trees of maple ashes spin as they fall. Yeah, like those kind of things. So what if this is also a seed? I'm noticing a lot of these are seeds, by the way. Don't at me. Oh, that's what I forgot to do today. That's okay. I was meaning to put an announcement over on the charity Discord, and let them know that today would be a good day to like check me out because it's a very chill day today. I'll be sure to do that for the 24-hour stream. But like I was thinking about doing that for the other collabs, but that would be difficult in the sense of like actually building a kind of repertoire with people because I'm trying to collab and I can't just talk directly to chat and collab at the same time. Or at least it's very, very difficult to. I have to either be dead or or away or yeah. So I was like, oh, today would be perfect. But I was already prepping so much stuff for the donate and the goal or the goal thing. You know, this new little guy and getting the link and everything set up that I think I just forgot. Anyway, that's fine. We still have the 24-hour stream, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll see how it goes. I'm happy with what people are putting in now, to be honest. So I am not gonna sit here and complain at all on how it's progressing. And hopefully y'all are also enjoying the benefits of it as well. I apologize that it wasn't as clean as I would have liked, but as this being my first time, there was a lot of things that I needed to kind of like figure out the hard way for. Next time because this is definitely gonna be like something more that I'm gonna do a lot more often. And yeah, should be good. But anyway, I'm thinking this is more akin to helicopter seeds, where they fall from. You have bow tie, like ooh, yes. What we'll do is this bow ties are leaves on trees. They're leaves, but they're separated like that. So the in between here is where they would be attached to the stem, and then when it's fall, the leaves dry out and then disconnect from it, and there will be like a little seed attached to each of these little leaves here, and it would helicopter down and go distance. It would catch the wind and leave. And so that way, like fall is it's kind of like getting its seeds to the new area and have it get buried under everyone else's leaves. So I would say they're early on the fall season. Then they would pop off, go over, then get buried by leaves, which would insulate it enough for the winter. And then come spring, they would start bringing in a new tree. I like that. I like that a lot. I like the idea that pasta are leaves on a tree versus just the seed of it. Hell yeah. Farellini. What does Farellini pasta look like? Mini bow ties. Oh. Smaller ones. I'm going to say the Farellini, interestingly enough, kind of like a lazier version of the last one. Not in the sense of making it. I mean in the sense of my idea of making it into a plant aspect. I just kind of want to make it so that it's leaves on a bush, but it's kind of in a similar manner, where it's like it's the branch is like this, and then there's leaves of it all the way across, and it's like a fern. It's just a fern, and the leaves are the pasta, and that's that. That's the end. That's all she wrote. There's not even like a fall synergy kind of thing. It's the leaves of a fern. That's all I'm getting from it. Okay, I think one last one, and then if we want to come back to this, just let y'all let me know in the comments, y'all let me know in the Discord, etc., that like, hey, let's finish the pasta reality situation. Okay, we have fettuccine. What an excellent one to end on. Fettuccine is delicious. Most of these, actually, I haven't tried all of them, but all of these sound great. What is the most popular dish made with this pasta? Fettuccine Alfredo, which is true, which is delicious. Flat like ones. Oh, my brain immediately goes to like tapeworm. But I'm trying to get away from parasites because of all the parasite talk that we were doing earlier. Flat like that. I'm trying to think of what would be. And my mind's going to swamp a little bit. It's kind of going to like freshwater seaweed vibes, where it's just chilling in stagnant freshwater, where it kind of like filter feeds. It just kind of takes in all that stagnant water, and it just eats off of the stuff that grows on it. It just filters it. That's the kind of vibe I get from it. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe these vibes. I don't know how you're supposed to get vibes off of pasta, but here we are. All right. I promised that I said that was going to be it. That was going to be it. What a wild Sunday chill day. What a wild one, dude. We really went to two different ends of the spectrum today. But actually before we say goodbyes, let's see who is up and about right now. Let's see here. Let us go to Twitch and see who's online. Oh God, there's a lot of people online. All right, we have Zordisu, Paleo, Oracle Zone. Let's do Oracle. Let's do Oracle, because we played with Oracle, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. It was in the repo stream. Let's double make sure before it's just like, hi, well, I haven't seen you since this day, and they're like, who are you? Who are you? Oh, maybe not. Oracle Zone. Well, it's fine. I'll do it regardless. All right, so we'll do that. All right, everybody. Thank you all for being here today. It was wonderful having you. Again, no Tuesday stream. The next stream we'll be doing will either be Friday or Saturday, and it's going to be 24 hours. Halloween stream. It's going to be starting at midnight, going to midnight. I remember saying that I didn't want to do that again, but to be honest, I did it a different way, and I liked the other way better, so we're going to do it regardless. So, thank you all for being here, and I hope... Oh, Marble also saying goodbye. Hello, Marble. Did you hear me leaving? So you got super excited? Oh, okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and start the raid. Oracle Zone. That's not how you spell Oracle Zone. There we go. Perfect. And so stay here, stay along for the raid. I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.